Welcome to Data Analytics and BI. In this tutorial, we are going to discuss about the introduction to DAX, and we have different types of DAX functions and calculated column, calculated table, and what are all the operators that we have for using the DAX. So now let us get started. So what is a DAX? Or before we directly jump into the DAX, so there are operators available for using the DAX. So what is the definition of DAX? So let us go through it. So DAX is called as data analysis expression, used for in-depth analysis using operators and functions. So what are all the operators available? So in any programming language that we go through, or in any coding language, so there are few operators, standard operators available. The first and foremost operator that we have is arithmetic operator. What is arithmetic operator? So arithmetic operator includes addition, subtraction, and multiplication, division, and what do we have? Yeah, this is what we have it in the arithmetic operator. And the next operator is comparison operator. So the comparison operator contains equal to, less than, greater than, less than or equal to, greater than or equal to, and not equal to. So two less than, greater than symbols are called as not equal to, or it is also called as exclamation equal to is not equal to. So comparison operator is mainly used for comparing the data or filtering the data. So comparison operator is mainly used for comparing the data or filtration of the data. So that is comparison operator. Next operator is text operator. Text operators. So what is a text operator? Concatenate is the text operator. So concatenate is used for combining the two text string. So combining two text string into single text string. So that is concatenate. And the next one is in operator. So in operator, if you want to filter the data more than one list. So if you want to filter the list of data, For example, if you want to filter by using the comparison operator, we can directly do like country equal to US. So if you are dealing with the text operator, always remember that we need to use double quotes. Okay, double quotes, US. Okay, country equal to US. But I would like to filter the data more than one country or list of the countries. So how do I do that? So we have a function called as country in. Open the square bracket. Then we can write US, comma, UK, comma, Europe. So we can use the in operator to filter the list of data. So that is in operator. Next, one of the important operators are logical operators. So what do we have in the logical operator? The first and foremost operator is AND operator. What is AND operator? If two conditions are true, then output is true. Else it is false. So this is AND operator. Next operator is OR operator. So what do we have in the OR operator? If two conditions are false, if two conditions are false, then result or the output is false. Else remaining all are true. All are true. So this is OR operator. So mainly we use it when we go through the conditional formatting of the data. So AND operator or OR operator if you want to filter the data. And the next operator is NOT operator. So what is NOT operator? If it is true, then it is false. If it is false, then it is true. So that is NOT operator. So these are all the four operators available in Power BI. Now let us see one by one in the practical. Now let us see one by one. So before that, let us discuss about what is a measure. What is a measure? So what is a measure? So what is a measure? So in Power BI, we have three things to write the DAX. Okay, the first one is measure. The second one is calculated column. Calculated column or new column. So it is also called as. And the next one is calculated table or new table. So what is a measure? So measure is a single entity that we get it from the column, that we get it from the numeric column. Most of the times we create measure on the numeric column. So what are the example? What is the example of measure? For example, if I want to see the sum of sales, okay, sum of sales, how do we do that? So we have an aggregate function called as sum, open the bracket, sales, close the bracket, we get sum of sales. The summarization of the data, we get complete sales. So what does it do? It adds all the numbers in the column. What is the column? Sales column. So this is measure. And what is a calculated column? So if you want to create a column, create a new column based on some conditions. Based on some conditions. What are all the conditions? For example, if you want to apply if-else condition, or if you want to group any data based on some condition, or if you want to extract something from the column, so we go for calculated column. For using the calculated column, we use DAX. And what is a calculated table? Creating a new table based on some conditions, or summarization of the table, or any calculated table. So we go for the creating the table. So for all these, for creating the measure, for creating the calculated column, for creating the calculated table, we use DAX. So what is a DAX? DAX is the combination of, DAX is a data analysis expression used for in-depth analysis by using the combination of operators and functions. So what is the syntax for writing the DAX? Syntax for writing the DAX is, so what do we need to do? We need to write name of the DAX. So what is the name that we want to give? Name of the measure, or name of the calculated column, or name of the calculated table. First we need to give the name, and the next one is function equal to, then we need to write equal to, the next one is function open the bracket. So we need to write the table name, open the square bracket. Now we need to write the column name, close the square bracket, close the normal bracket. Then we need to click on enter or tick mark to execute the measure. So this is the way we write that syntax for writing the measure or DAX, So this is about the difference between the DAX, measure, calculated column and calculated table. Let me enter the data. Okay, for now, let me enter the data. So we can't apply any DAX if we do not have any data in the report. So what do? I'll click on enter data. So let me enter some data. Okay, employee ID, employee name, employee first name, employee last name, and the next one is employee salary and the ratings that he's going to get. So this is what we have it. So employee ID, let me go through. So you people are working in IBM. So let me write IBM 001, IBM 002, IBM 003, IBM 004, and IBM 005. So we got the employee name. So let me write Sai Somnath, and employee salary is 60,000 and the rating is 5. So here let me write Supriya. Okay, so let me write the last name as Miss. Okay, so let me go for 70,000. The rating is 4. So here let me write Asif Muhammad and 80,000 salary, and here let me go for 3. So Irshad Khan, so let me go for writing 90,000 and 2 rating. Srikanth, okay, let me write some Chari, for example. So let me go for writing 85,000 and go for 1 rating. Okay, so here it is employee table. So let me click on load. So now the data is loaded. Now the data is getting loaded. So now let us implement the DAX. Yes, the data is loaded. So what do we have? We have employee ID, employee first name, employee last name, employee salary, and ratings. So now let us go through the DAX. How do we implement the DAX? So go to modeling, click on new measure. So what do we have? Write a DAX expression that calculates a value from your data. So now let us write something. Okay, so here we got the measure equal to. Okay, measure equal to. So let us implement the syntax of writing the query. So how do we write it? Let me go for backward slash. Okay, so now let me write syntax for writing the DAX. So backward slashes are used for giving the headings. Okay, heading or commenting of the measure or DAX. Okay, shift enter. Okay, shift plus enter for entering into the next line. Enter to the next line. Shift enter. Okay, and the next one is we need to go for writing the syntax. What is the way of writing the syntax? Name of the measure. First one is name of the measure. Equal to, we need to enter the equal to. Function. Okay, open the bracket. Write the table name. table name, open the square bracket, column name, close the square bracket, close the normal bracket. So this is the way of writing the function and the syntax for writing the measure. Okay, now we have got the way of writing the measure. Now let me go to modeling again, click on the new measure. Okay, click on the new measure. Now let us implement addition equal to, so 10 plus 20. Okay, 20 plus 10. 20 plus 10 and click on enter. So how do we execute the measure? Click on enter or click on tick mark to execute or commit the measure. Okay, how do we see? So if I want to see the output of this addition, how can I see? Take a card visual. Okay, take a card visual and check the box. Okay, 30. We got the addition as 30. So let me go to modeling and click on new measure. Okay, now let me write subtraction equal to 20 minus 10 and click on enter. So how do we see? So click on the card visual and add, drag and drop in the field. So we got subtraction. So go to modeling and click on new measure. So we can also get the measure by clicking on the table, right click, we get new measure. This is the second way. Or click on three dots for more options and click on new measure. Or I can directly go to the table that I want to create the measure and right click, click on the new measure. What is a general practice that I use? General practice that we go to creating the measure. So what I do, I'll go here, right click and click on new measure. So I get the window open, the measure window. Now what do? I will create the multiplication. Multiplication equal to 20 multiplied by 10. Click on enter. Okay, click on the empty space and select the card visual and click on multiplication. Yes, we got the multiplication. And general practice, right click and click on new measure. And now write division. Division equal to 20 divided by the symbol 20 divided by 10 and click on enter. So either I can click on enter or the commit. So let me click on this and write division. Now we got the arithmetic operators that we got it. So this is arithmetic operator. So this is the way we create the measures. Okay. So how do we create the calculated column? Okay, how do we create the calculated column? So what is the requirement that we got? So we would like to create, we need to create the full name, employee first name plus employee last name. So I want to create a column, full name. So how do we create this? So click on the table tools. So we get new measure, new quick measure, new column, new table. Click on the new column. So what is the column name? Full name equal to, so we can create a full name by clicking on, by writing the name of the column. Okay, what do? There is no need of worrying about, okay, function, open the bracket, table name, open the square bracket, write the column name, close the square bracket, close the normal bracket. No. So I can directly write employee first. I'll get the suggestions. Okay, when I type the column name, I get the suggestion. So first name, click on enter. Okay, now we have written the column name. So if we want to combine employee first name, employee last name. So there are two ways to combine the first name and last name. Okay, enter, shift and symbol. Okay, single and symbol to combine two text string or two columns into a single column. Now let me write employee last name and click on enter and click on the tick mark or enter to commit the column. Now you see we got Sai Somnath, Supriya Miss. We got the first name and last name combined. But here the only thing that we have is there is no space in between the first name and last name. So we would like to give the space in between first name and last name. How do we give that? So after the and, enter the double quotes to give the space, okay, and here write one more and symbol and click on enter. Now you see we got the first name and last name. This will combine the first name and the space, okay. This will combine space and the last name. So that is we created the first name and last name, full name. So this is single and symbol, okay. Single and symbol is used to combine two text string into single text string. So this is and symbol. And we can also combine these two by using one function called as concatenate. So let me write full name equal to concatenate. You see, so what is the definition of concatenate? Now we are using the function, okay. Text1, it is highlighted in the blue color, comma, text2. What is the definition that we have it for the concatenate? Joins two text strings into one text string. The general meaning of concatenate, the English meaning is combine. But in the Power BI, concatenate is used to combine two text string into one text string. Here, what do? I'll write employee first name, comma. Now you see the second string, the text2 is highlighted. Now let me write employee last name and close the bracket and click on enter to execute the calculated column. Now you see we got the combination of first name and last name. Here also one thing that we are missing. What is that? The space in between the first name and the last name. How do we deal this? Okay, so we can deal with it by using another concatenate function. Okay, how do we do this? Concatenate, it is taking the first text1 comma text2. So now let me write one more concatenate. Okay, text1 space. Here what do? Double quotes, give the space, close the bracket, give the comma. So what it is taking? Concatenate. This concatenate, employee first name is the text1, double quote space is the text2. Okay, understand the concept. For the second outside the concatenate, okay, this one, employee first name, double quote space is the text1, employee last name is the text2, and click on enter. Now you see we got the space in between. If you want to add any special characters, okay, you can enter the bracket also. Click on enter. Okay, we get the bracket. Or if you would like to enter anything, okay, I can also enter anything equal to. We get the equal. But for now, let us go with the single space. Now we got the concatenation of two text string into single text string. So this is the way of writing the calculated column. What we are trying to do, what is the difference between the measure and the calculated column? Measure is the single entity that we create on the numeric data type. Whereas the calculated column, if you want to create a calculated, if we want to create another column based on some conditions, or if you want to extract anything from the existing column, we go for calculated column. See, now let us see how do we work on the text functions. Okay, how do we implement text functions? Text function. What are all the text functions? So these text functions are used to combine any two text, or if you want to extract anything from the text, we can extract by using the left, right, or if you want to convert the case to upper or lower, we can use the text functions. So whatever we discussed in the data transformation techniques for formatting the data, for splitting the data, splitting the column, formatting the column. So we have those in Power BI desktop also, but we use DAX. Instead of using the options available in the data transformation techniques, we use DAX functions to make the same changes, or if you want to add any data, any column, so we use DAX functions. Let us see the function one by one. The first and foremost function is the left function. The first and foremost text function is left function. So what is the left function? It will extract the number of characters from the starting of the string. Okay, now let us see. Now let me click on the go to modeling and click on new measure. So let us take the left function. Left equal to, so I can directly write left. Okay, click on the tab. So what happens once we click on the tab, we get the syntax that is used for the function. So based on the different functions, the syntax and the parameters are different. So what is the definition of the left function? Returns the specified number of characters from the start of the text string. And what are the parameters it is taking? Text, comma, number of characters. What is the text that we want to give and the number of characters. Okay. For example, if I write, okay, whenever we try to write any text data, whenever we try to enter any text data, always remember to use the double quotes. So let me go for Power BI. Okay, Power space BI. And what is after clicking on the comma, what we have got, number of characters is highlighted in the blue color. Okay, what do we want to do? So we need to give the number of characters that we want to extract. So let me write 5 and close the bracket. So what is the syntax of left function? So left function is used to, okay, it will extract the number of characters, okay, number of characters from the left side of the text string. Left side of the text string. Let me click on enter. Okay, let me click on enter. So if you want to see the data, what do we need to do? We need to click on the card visual and click on the left. Okay, now what do you see? We see power. Okay, why power? Because we entered 5. POWER are the 5 characters. So what we are trying to do, we have extracted the first 5 characters by using the left function. So I can also go to the table view, and I can also extract something from the full name. For example, if I want to extract the first 3 characters from the full name, I can do that. So how do we do that? Click on the table tools and click on the new column. Okay. So what I can also use this left functions in the calculated column also. Now what we are trying to do, we are trying to create a column based on the existing column in the table. So let me write left function equal to, so left, okay, left, click on enter. So the text, in place of text, what do? We enter the column name. So let me enter full name. Okay, let me enter full name, comma, number of characters that we want to extract. So let me go for clicking 3 characters. Okay, click on enter. So if you see, we have extracted the first 3 characters from the left side of the text string. So this is left. Now let us go through the right. Okay, right function. So let me click on new column here. So what do? So let me write right equal to, so right function. So what is the definition of the right function? Returns the specified number of characters from the end of the text string. Okay, we can extract from the end of the text string. So what do? I'll write full name, comma, I would like to extract the last 5 characters. Okay, and close the bracket. From the full name, I can extract Somnath, okay, MNATH, okay, last 5 characters, KHAN, okay, Chari, okay, AMMED. So this is what we can extract the first 5 characters by using the left function. Last 5 characters or whatever the number of characters that we can extract. So we can extract by using the right. So we can go from the end of the text, okay, end of the text string. So this is right function. Now let us go through another function called as mid. Okay, let us go through another function called as mid. So go to modeling, click on new measure. Okay, the name itself says that we can extract the text from the middle of the string. Okay, what is mid function? It will extract middle of the characters in the string. Okay, middle of the character from the string. So let me enter mid. Okay, so what is the parameters it is taking? The first parameter is text, comma, what is the start position and number of characters that we want to extract. What is the definition that we have? Returns a string of characters from the middle of the text string given a starting position and length. Okay, for example, let me give the text as welcome. Okay, so what is the starting position? I would like to extract COME. Okay, I would like to extract COME. So how many characters? 4 characters. And what is the starting string that we want to extract? WEL. Okay, we would like to extract it from the 4th character. Okay, C comes at the 4th character. And how many characters that we want to enter? 4 characters. COME. And now let me click on enter. Okay, so let me take the card visual and take mid. So what we can extract the mid. Okay, we can extract mid characters. Okay, extract mid characters based on the position, and number of characters. So this is mid function. And the next function is length function. Okay, what is length function? We have already seen in the previous videos the length function, which is used to find out the number of characters in the text. Okay, for example, let me click on the table tools, click on the new column. Okay, let me write LENGTH equal to LEN, length. Okay, returns the number of characters in a text string. So let me take the employee first name, close the bracket and click on enter. SAI 3 characters, Supriya 7 characters, Asif 4 characters, Irshad 6 characters, Srikanth 8 characters. So we can get to know the number of characters. Okay, what is length function? Number of characters in a text string. Okay, in the text string. This is length. Now let us go through the next function, that is replace. Okay, go to modeling, click on new measure. So now let us write replace. The name itself says that we can replace the text string. Okay, what is the text string? Let me write replace. Okay, so what is the parameters it is taking? What are all the parameters it is taking? It is taking old text, comma start position, comma number of characters, comma new text. Okay, what is the definition? Replaces part of the text string with a different text string. So now let me write what is the old text. Let me write Google Power BI. Okay, Google Power BI. Okay, what is the starting position that we want to replace? Okay, that the starting position is 1. Okay, so it starts from G and number of characters. How many characters that we want to replace? GOOGLE. Okay, 6 characters. Okay, what is the 6 characters that we want to replace with the new text? Now let me go with Microsoft and close the bracket. Okay, Microsoft, close the bracket and click on enter. Okay, now let us take the card visual and take replace. Now you see, so it is Microsoft Power BI. So we can replace the text by using the starting position, number of characters, and the new text. So now let us go through right click, new measure. Let us go through the next function, repeat. What is repeat? If you want to repeat the text for number of times. So function name is rept. Okay, so repeat text in a given number of times. Okay, repeat a text in the given number of times. For example, if I give the text hi, okay, I would like to repeat this text for 3 times. Okay, and let me click on enter. Now let me take this and enter the data. Now you see HI, it is getting been repeated for the 3 times. And we can also enter the number of times as 5 times. So it will be repeated for the 5 times. So this is repeat. And what is the next function? Search. Okay. So right click and click on new measure. Okay. The next function is search equal to. Okay. What is the definition of search? Search will search the value from the left to right. Okay. What is search? It will search the text from left to right. Okay. Left to right. Once it is found. Okay. Once it is found, it gives the position number. Okay. The position number. Let us see what are the parameters it is going to take. Search. Okay, you see, returns the starting position of one text string within another text string. And what is the thing that it is giving? Search is not a case sensitive. Let us see that why it is not case sensitive. Okay, for example, find text. What is the text that we want to find? BI, comma, within the text. So where do we want to find out? Power BI. Okay, Power BI. And what is the start position? The start position is 1. Let it go from the beginning. Okay, and for example, this BI text is not found. So what do we do? So let me go for 0 if it is not found. And what is, let me click on enter. Okay, let me click on enter. So let me take card visual. And what is that? Search. So what is the position of BI? Okay, the position of BI is POWER, 5 characters. B starts at 6th character. So this is BI. For example, if I give Y, okay, let me click on enter. So it is giving us 0 because not found value, we gave it as 0. So that is Power BI. For example, if I give small BI, okay, I'm trying to give small BI. Okay, it is giving 6. Okay, search is not case sensitive. Search is not case sensitive. Either we can give the text in the capital letters or in the small letters. The next function is find. Let us see what is the difference between search and find. Both of them are same, but we have one small difference. Find is also used to find the text within the text, but it gives position as the output. Okay, let us see. Let me write find. Okay, find the text. Let us go with the same example. BI, comma, within the text, Power BI. Okay, what is the starting position? 1, not found value 0. So let me click on enter. Okay, let me take, where is that? Find. Okay, 6. Okay, we got the output as 6. But for example, if I go with small BI and click on enter, okay, we are getting 0. What is the difference between find and search? Find is a case sensitive. Search, one of the interview questions, what is the difference between find and search? Both of them are same. So it is used to find out the text within the text, but the output is position. Okay, search is not a case sensitive, whereas find is a case sensitive. So this is the difference between search and find. The next function is upper lower, as usual, the way we have it, the data. So let me go to the table view, and now let us go through the lower function. First, let us go through the lower function. So what do I need to do? I will make this full name to lower. Okay, go to table tools, click on the new column, straightforward function lower equal to lower. What is the text? Either we can enter the text or the column name. So let me enter full name as the text and click on enter. Okay, everything has become lowercase. Okay, changing the case to lower. Okay, that is lower. Let us apply upper. Okay, let us apply uppercase. Everything is being turned into uppercase. Upper. And what is the text? Converts the text string to all uppercase letters. So let me take the lower. Let me take the lower and click on enter. I see everything has become uppercase. So this is upper, lower. The next function, the last function of the text function is substitute. Okay, substitute. Let me go to modeling, or I can directly right click and click on new measure. Okay, so let me write substitute equal to. So what is substitute? So we can replace the text, same thing. Okay, substitute text comma old text comma new text replaces existing text with the new text in a text string. Okay, what is the text? So let me write the text as Google Power BI, comma. What is the old text? Google. What is the new text? Microsoft. Close the bracket. Click on enter. Okay, let me take the card visual, and now let us go through the substitute. Okay, Microsoft Power BI. So this is substitute function. So these are all the text functions. Out of all the text functions, what is being used most of the times? Okay, so we use upper, lower, left to right to extract the data. Yeah, these are all the four functions that we regularly use in the project. Let us go through the calculated table. So how do we create the calculated tables? Let us see that. So what do we need to do? Now we need to go through the calculated tables. How do we create the calculated table? The first and foremost thing, go to modeling and click on new table. So what we are trying to do? Now we are trying to create the calendar table. Okay, now we are trying to create calendar table. Calendar table. So what does the calendar table? Calendar table is, calendar is the function which takes start date comma end date as the parameter. Okay, as the parameter. Okay, what does it do? It gives the complete dates, based on the start and end date. Okay, let us see that. Okay, calendar function, calendar. So returns a table with one column of all dates between start date and end date. Okay, we need to enter the start date comma end date. How can we enter the start date and end date? By using another function called as date function. Okay, by using another function called as date functions. What does the date takes? Year, month, comma, day. Okay, 2024, comma, what is the month? 01, comma, 01. From starting date till date again 2025, comma, month 12, comma, 31. So what we are trying to do, we would like to see the data, the date column from 2024-01 till 31st December 2025. Let me click on enter. Okay, go to table. Okay, now you see what we have got. We got the date column. Okay, we created a date table. Okay, so you see on the bottom left side calendar table with 731 rows. Okay, and the date, the column name is date and 731 distinct values. Okay, and on the top, you see the table tools and the column tools. When I clicked on the column tools is automatically enabled. Okay, and what is the name of the column? Date is the column name. And what is the format? And what is the data type? Data type is date and time. But the thing is that everything is zero. Time that doesn't make any sense. So what do I do now? Let me make it into date data type. But if you see 01 January 2024, the format, I do not like the format. So expand the format. So what do you see? We see the short date, long date, we see DD, MMM, YYY. So we have a different types of formatting. Let me click on the short date. Okay, 01/01/2024. Okay, we have created a calendar table based on the dates, start and end date. Okay, this is calendar function. Okay, now let us go through the next function called as calendar auto function. Okay, so what is calendar function? Calendar function gives the complete, so we got complete date. Okay, complete date column based on the start and end date. Remember this. The next function is calendar auto function. Okay, calendar auto function. So what is the parameter does the calendar auto function takes? Calendar auto function takes fiscal year end month. Okay, calendar auto function takes fiscal year end month. Let us implement the calendar auto function. So let me go to this table and go to modeling and click on the new table. Okay, so let me type calendar auto function equal to calendar auto, enter. So what is the definition? Returns a table with one column of dates calculated from the model automatically. Okay, what it is saying? Calculated from the model automatically. So let me enter this. Okay, but it is giving some error. What is the error? Calendar auto function cannot find a base column of date time type in the model. Okay, what it is saying that, so I do not find, okay, I do not find any date column in the report, in the model. You would ask me one question stating that, so we already created calendar table function. So calendar table function contains date function, date column. Why can't? So this calendar auto function do not work on the calculated table date column. Okay, so what it is saying, there is no date time type in the model. Okay, now what do? I will go to modeling and I'll create a new table. Okay, let me enter the data, not the new table. Let me enter the data. Okay, what is the date? So let me enter order date. Okay, deliver date. Okay, order date and deliver date. So let me write 01/01/2024. Okay, 01/01/2025. Okay, now let me write 01/01. Okay, 31/12/2023. Okay, 31/12/2026. One more date. So let me write 12/12/2022. 12/12/2021. Okay, we created order. Oh, sorry. Delivered date should not be going backward. 23. Okay, order, comma, deliver date. Dates. Let me click on the load. Okay, now let us see whether the calendar auto functions work or not. Okay, it is loading. Order delivered dates are loading. Okay, now the data is loaded and now you see the calendar auto function automatically executed. What happened? Let me go to table view. Let me click on calendar auto function. But if you see, calendar auto function is working on based on the order and delivery dates. Okay, calendar auto function is working based on the order delivered dates. But if you see, if you see, it is giving the dates from 01/01/2020 till 31/12/2026. But if I go here, I only see 6 dates: 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. The year started from 12th December 2022. But when I go to calendar auto function, it is giving the data from the beginning of the dates. Okay. What is the thing that you need to remember is calendar auto function. The first point, calendar auto function works only when the model, okay, when the model or report has date column. Okay, the first point to remember, you need to explain the same thing in the interview. Okay, one of the interview questions. What is the difference between calendar and calendar auto function? Second thing, okay, it gives the complete date, from the beginning of the date, till end of the date. So it gives the complete dates. If the date starts from, for example, if the date is 12th, okay, 31st December, okay, 31/12/2024. But when we apply calendar auto function, the date starts from 01/01/2024 till end of the year. Okay, it gives the complete year. And the next point, what is the next point? It takes fiscal year end month as the parameter. Okay, as the parameter. Okay, when we enter the fiscal year end month, okay, let me add that. Okay, for example, let me add fiscal year end month as 1. Okay, and let me click on enter. So it starts from the next month. Okay, you see 01/02/2022. So it is starting from the next month. Okay, let me make it into date column. Okay, now you see 01 February 2022. Now you will be able to understand. Let me click on 2 and enter. So it starts from the March. Okay, whenever we enter the number, okay, it takes fiscal year end month. When we enter the number of the month, when we enter month number, okay, it starts from the next month. So these are all the 3 points that you need to remember while answering the difference between the calendar and calendar auto function. Okay, so in the data transformation, if you remember, in the data transformation, so what did we do? So we discussed about how to extract the date and time from the existing date and time column. So let us see that. So let me go to the data transformation Power Query editor. So let me make some edits. And you observe that, so whatever the calculated columns, calculated table that we create in Power BI desktop, that will not be reflected in the Power Query editor. Only the data that we pull from the external data sources, so we can edit in the Power Query editor. Other than that, we will not be able to edit the calculated tables and calculated columns in the Power Query editor. So remember that. So if you take date and time column, so let me do some changes. Right click, remove other columns, and let me take off the nulls, and let me click on OK. Why are we doing this? Let us see that. Okay, let us see that. So in this tutorial, we will discuss about the date and time functions. So let me go to, so we have date, time. So what did we do in Power Query editor? We clicked on the options date. So date only, extracting the date, extracting the year, month, day, quarter, or minutes, hour, seconds, based on the options available in the Power Query editor. So how can we get it same thing in Power BI desktop? Okay, how can we get it the same thing in Power BI desktop? Let us see that one by one. So let me click on the date column. So we have an option called as new column. Let me click on the new column. So what we have? So we have the date and the time combination. For example, if I want to extract hour, okay, extract hour from the date column equal to, so let me write hour, and what is the date column, okay, date column, and close the bracket and click on enter. Okay, so we have extracted hour from this. Okay, so let us extract the minutes. Okay, the same thing. So we can write the function called as minutes. Minutes equal to minute and the date time column. So what is the thing? Returns a number from 0 to 59 representing the minutes. Okay, let me write the date column. So close the bracket and click on enter. So we can extract the minutes, and I can also extract the seconds. Okay, equal to second, and here we can write date time. So let me write date and close the bracket. So here what we are trying to do, we have extracted the time from this date column. Now let us go to the calendar table. So we have the date column. Now what do we need to do? So let us extract year, month, day from this date column. So how do we do that? Click on the day new column, because what we are trying to do, we are trying to create the calculated columns. Okay, what we are trying to do, we are creating the calculated column. Why do we create calculated column? If we want to extract anything from the column, or if we want to apply any conditions on the column, so we use calculated columns. If else condition, we use calculated columns. If you want to extract certain amount of characters from the column, existing columns, we go for the calculated column. Now let us write year equal to, let us extract year from this date column. So we have a straightforward function called as year. Okay, date, and close the bracket. Oh, sorry, date column. Okay, date column, and close the bracket and click on enter. Now you see we have extracted year from this column. So we can also extract year in another way. So how do we do that? So we have a function called as format. What does the format function do? Converts the value to text data type. Okay, so let me write here format equal to, format is the function. So what does it do? Converts a value to text in a specified number format. So it is taking the value comma format. Okay, so in place of value, what do? We write the date column. Okay, we enter the date column comma. What is the format that we want to go for? Okay, year 2024. So if we enter Y, so let me enter 4Y and close the bracket. Okay, click on enter. Okay, we have extracted year. Okay, 2024 complete year. For example, if I give only 3Y, okay, no, we do not have the right data. Okay, let me go for short year. Okay, 24. Okay, yes, that's right. So let me enter only single Y. Okay, we are not getting the right data. Okay, so now what do I do? So what is the format of giving the day, the year? So either we can go for, if you want to go for short year, we enter YY. Okay, let me write the description. Short year, we can enter YY. Okay, long year, we can enter 4Y. Okay, so now let me go for 4Y and let me click on enter. So if you would ask me, what is the difference between using the year function and format function? Let me click on year function. If you see the data type, it is whole number. Okay, the data type is whole number. If I click on year format, so the data type is text. So what is the format function? Convert the value to the text data type. So that is format function. Now let me click on the new column. Let us go through the extracting year quarter. Okay, now let us go for extracting the quarter. So for example, if you take, so there will be 4 quarters. Okay, 4 quarters in a year. Okay, in a year. So each quarter contains, okay, each quarter contains 3 months. Each quarter contains 3 months. So let me directly straightforwardly go with quarter function, and let me write the date column and close the bracket and click on enter. So we get 4 quarters. How many quarters? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. What are all the quarters? If you remember, okay, Jan, Feb, April, Jan, Feb, March, quarter 1. Okay, it goes like that. Okay, till October, November, December, Q4. Okay, so Jan, Feb, March, Q1, April, May, June, Q2, July, August, September, Q3, and October, November, December, Q4. So every 3 months we have 4 quarters. Okay, each quarter contains 3 months. So we have extracted quarter. For example, let me use the format function to extract quarter. So let us see that. Quarter format equal to, so let me write format. So what is the value? Date column, comma, double quotes, enter Q, 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 Q. So let us go with 4 Qs. Let's see what we are going to get it. Okay, we are getting 1, 1, 1. So what is that? 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4. No, it doesn't make any sense. Let me only write only single, 3 quarters. Okay, 3. No, it doesn't make any sense. Either we need to go for, okay, we need to go for only single Q for quarter 1, quarter 2, and quarter 3, quarter 4. So this is format function. So let me click on new column again. Let us extract month. Okay, let us extract month equal to direct straightforward function month, date column, and close the bracket, click on enter. So we can extract 1 to 12 months. Okay, we can also do it by using the format function. Let us see how we are going to get the by using the format month format. Okay, month format equal to format. So date column, comma. So what is the format? So let me enter 4M and close the bracket, click on enter. Okay, we got January. Okay, 4M. So we get month name. Okay, 4M, we get month name. So let us go with 3Ms. Let's see whether we get short month or not. Yes, 3M represents short month. Short month name. Let us go with 2M. Whether we get 01, 02, 03 or not. Yes, so we got 01, 02, 03. So 2M represents short month number. Okay, month number. Month number. And again, single M also represents month number. Okay, so that is the difference by using MMM. Yes, we got the month. So let me click on new column. Let us extract day. Okay, let us extract day. So let me straightforwardly write the date function. You see, returns a number from 1 to 31 representing the day of the month. So based on the month, if we get the day. So let me take date and click on enter. So we can extract the day. Okay, yes, we can extract day. So based on the month, so we get the day. You see, 31. Now let us use the format function. Let's see how we are going to get formatting the date. Okay, format date column, comma. So let me write 4 Ds. Okay, DDD. Let's see whether we get the, let's see how we are going to get. Okay, so 4D represents, okay, 4D represents day name. Okay, day name or name of the day. Okay, let's go with 3Ds. Whether we get MONTUS short day name or not. Yes, 3D represents short day name. Okay, let us go through only 2D. Okay, 01, 02. Let's see. Yes, we got 01, 02. So based on the week, okay, so we get short day. Short day. And 1D represents again only 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that is day name. Okay, day. So this is day format. For example, we need to get the combination of year and month. So how do we do that? If you want to get the combination of, I would like to see the data based on the year month. Okay, based on the year month. This is the requirement from the client. Okay, this is the requirement from the client. So how do you do that? Let me click on the new column. Okay, let me click on the new column, year-month. So I would like to see the year month combination. So let me write format function. So date column, okay, comma, enter the double quotes. Let me write YYY hyphen MM and close the bracket, click on enter. Now you see 2024-01. Yes, we got the combination of year month. So this is the reason we go for using the format function. Okay, so this is the way we create. We can extract year, quarter, month, and day. For example, okay, you said that we want to go for combination of year, quarter, for example. Okay, you're saying. So let us do that. Okay, so we have a function, if you remember, we have a function called as concatenate. Okay, so let us see that year hyphen quarter, for example. So concatenate. Okay, what do we need to do? Let me go for year. Sorry, let me go for direct to straightforward year, comma, quarter, and close the bracket, click on enter. We got it 2024-01, but the thing is that we are not able to get the hyphen. So what do we do? Hyphen. To get the hyphen, give the two double quotes and give the hyphen.
Yeah.
Okay, it is not working. Okay, it is not working. Let me give the comma. No, it is not working. How do we deal with these kind of thing? So we can write concatenate A. Okay, close the bracket, give the comma and click on enter. So now we got 2024 and quarter. Okay, this is we can write. For example, if you would like to give the 0, okay, if you would like to give the 0, you want to see 2024 quarter 01. So we can also enter -0. So this is, we can combine two text, but the thing is that it becomes text. That's it. The column becomes text. Okay, so this is the way we combine two columns into single column by using the concatenate. Or we can use the format function if you want to combine the year quarter, year month, or month quarter, quarter month. So now let us discuss small measures on the creating the time. Okay, so we have a straightforward function called as of time. Okay, go to modeling, click on the new measure. So let me write time equal to, we have a straightforward function called as time. Okay, so what it is saying, converts hours, minutes, and seconds given as number to a time in the date time format. Okay, for example, let me write 2, 30 minutes. Okay, what is the time now? So it is, the time is 10:39. Okay, let me go for 10:40, round figure. Okay, and let me go for 50 seconds. Okay, let me click on enter. Okay, and now let me take a card visual and write time. Okay, how it is converting? So it is taking the time. Okay, it is taking the time 10:40, 50 seconds. Okay, 10:40, 50 seconds. It is fixed. Okay, but the thing is that we are getting year also. So what do we need to do? Format. So let me take the short time. Okay, let me take the short time 10:40. Okay, we have a different formats. We can select. If you also want to have the seconds also, we can have the seconds. Okay, these are all the formats. Time format. Okay, let me click on the time format. 10:40, 50. Okay, this is time format. And we also have one more function. Okay, if you want to get the current date and time. Okay, how do we get the current date and time? Let me go to modeling, click on a new measure. Okay, what is the current date and time? So we have a straightforward function, current date time equal to, we have a function called as now, and close the bracket. Okay, let me take the card visual, current date and time. So what is the current date and time? 09/09/2025, 10:41:01:07 seconds. For example, if I click on refresh, we get again, the time will be refreshed. So every day we get the current date and time. Now you see 23 seconds. Previously it was 07 seconds. Now it is 27 seconds, 23 seconds. So this is current date and time. And also we also have current date if you want to get without time. Okay, without time, how do we get it? So let me click on current date. So we get current date time. Okay, now let me go. Now you see 51 seconds. Let me only get new measure, only date. Okay, only date, only current date equal to today. Okay, so what it is, returns current date. Okay, so without time. So let me click on enter. Okay, so we will also get the time, but we need to change the format. Current date. Now you see we got 0909-2025. So what we can do, we can click on this, go for short date. Now you see we got 0909-2025. So this is the way we extract current date, current time from by using the functions called as today and now. Okay, now let us see what we can discuss, few more functions. Okay, so what do we have? Yeah, we have the count functions. Okay, we have aggregate functions. What are all the aggregate functions? Okay, what are all the aggregate functions? Let us discuss that. Yeah, what are all the aggregate functions? DAX. So we have aggregate functions. So what are all the aggregate functions? The first and foremost function is sum. Okay, what is the sum function? It adds all the numbers in the column. Numbers in the column. Okay, what is that column? Numeric column again. Okay, it works only on the numeric column, aggregate function. And what is the next function? Minimum. So it gives minimum number. It gives minimum number from the column. Okay, and again maximum. It gives the maximum number. And the next one is count. It counts the number of rows or records in the table or in the column. Okay, there are few count functions we will discuss. And the next function is average. What is average? It gives the average. Simple. It gives the average. Okay, these are all the aggregate functions. Now let us see one by one. Okay, so let me get the table. Okay, let me get the table. Then we can go through the data. So let me copy the table and let me enter the data. Okay, so what do we have? So we have the product, price, quantity, and sales. Okay, let me take off the sales, delete. Okay, what do we have? We have product. So let me name this as product table. Let me click on load. The data is getting loaded. And once the data is loaded, we can implement the functions, aggregate functions one by one. Yes, the data is loaded. So let me expand the product table. So what do we have in the product table? Let us see it in the table view. So in the product table, we have the product, price, and quantity. Okay, so let us take the table. Okay, let me add the product, quantity, price. Okay, so let me increase the font size. Global font size, let me make it 50. So the column header, values, totals. So the global font size changes. So what do you see when I have added the measure, price, and quantity? Okay, so we got sum of quantity and sum of price. Okay, let me expand this. So what we have got? So we got don't summarize, sum, average, minimum, maximum, count, distinct, count, standard deviation, variance, median, show value as. So if you want to show it as a percentage of grand total, we can click on this. And we also have new quick measure. Same thing with price. Okay, whatever you see, okay, whatever you see the price. Okay, I'm highlighting it. Okay, I'm highlighting the one which you see the price, quantity. These two are the numeric data types. The one which you see with the summation symbol, okay, that we got from the data, these are called as implicit measures. Okay, these are called as implicit measure, price, quantity. So we got from the data set, these are called as implicit measures. So when we add the implicit measure in the table visual or in any visual, so what we are going to get, we are going to get all these information. Don't summarize, average. Okay, so what do we need to do in order to overcome that? We need to create, okay, we need to create the measures. Whatever the measures that we create, those are all called as explicit measures. Okay, let me create one measure. Right click and new measure. Okay, let me create the quantity. Okay, total quantity. Let me create total quantity equal to sum of. Okay, let me enter the sum function. Enter. Okay, what is the definition that we are getting? Adds all the numbers in the column. Okay, adds all the numbers in the column. So column name, it is taking the parameter, the sum function. The parameter of sum function is the column name. What is the column name that we need to give? It only takes the numeric column. Okay, let me go for the quantity and click on enter. Okay, so let us see what is the sum of quantity. Let me take the card visual and add total quantity. The total quantity is 18. Okay, 5 plus 6, 11, 11 plus 4, 15, 15 plus 3, it is 18. For example, if I do not give the don't summarize for both the table, okay, we are not able to get it. For example, if I add the measure, there is no need of writing anything. You see, do you find anything like sum, minimum, maximum? All the aggregate functions? No, we do not find it. So whenever we get the data from the data source, the first step that we need to do is create the measures, explicit measures for the implicit measure. Okay, that is the thing that we need to remember. Okay, we got total quantity. Next thing is that I would like to find out the total price. New measure. Let me go for the total price. Total price equal to, okay, so sum of price. Let me go for sum of price. Okay, I have created the total price. Now you see we got total price. There is no need of having automatically we get the total. Okay, let me click on this. Total price is 2,900. Okay, total price is 2,900. Now let us go through the next aggregate function, minimum. New measure. Let me create the minimum. Okay, minimum equal to min. So what is the column name? So I can go for scalar values. Okay, what is the definition? Return the smallest numeric value or smallest string. We can also add the text data or smaller value between two scalar expression. Ignores the logical values. What are the logical values? True, false, yes or no are the logical values. So either I can go for 10, 15. Close the bracket and click on enter. Okay, minimum. So I can take the table card visual. Now you see minimum is 10. Okay, now you see minimum is 10. Let me go for taking the new measure with the minimum from the column equal to minimum. Okay, so what do we have? I can directly go through price. What is the minimum price? Okay, I can get the card visual and the minimum is 400. Out of all the column, out of all the data that we have it in the total price, we got the minimum value, that is 400. I can also go for maximum. New measure. So in the maximum also we can give the scalar values, but now there is no need of giving any scalar values. Let me directly give the column. Okay, so get the maximum. Okay, 1000 is the maximum from the price column. Now let me go for new measure average. Okay, average equal to AV average, and let me go for price. What is the average price? Okay, so we will get the data. Okay, 725 is the average. Okay, 725 is the average. What is the last one? Last function is, let me click on new measure. The last function is count function equal to count. Okay, so if you see what is the definition, counts the number in the column. So I can give, so we need to give the column name. Let me take the price and click on enter. And let me take the card visual. And what is the count? 4 is the number of records or number of rows that we have it in the count. So these are all the aggregate functions. Are we clear till now? Are we clear now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let us see the count functions, different count function. Okay. So let me take a new table, enter the data. So let me copy paste the data. ID, name, marks is distinction. Okay. Let me go for mark list. The table name is mark list. So we have different types of mark list in the table. So what do? I'll take the table visual because I would like to see the data. So let me take the ID. Okay. Now you see we are getting the count of ID. You see? So what do I need to do? Don't summarize. Okay. We get the number of IDs. Okay. And let me take the name. So let us go through the marks. The next one is, and let me go through the is distinction. Marks, let me not make it as do not summarize. Okay. So what is the summarization? What is the summarization? For example, if we have apple, two apples, and apple 1 is 10 rupees, apple 2 is 20 rupees. When we click on the summarization, what do we get? We get the 30 as the number in the summarization. So that is the reason what we are trying to do. We are clicking on do not summarize. Okay, we got the data. So we got ID, name, marks, and is distinction. Now let us apply the count functions. So there are around 7 to 8 count functions available in the Power BI. Okay, so let us apply one by one. Okay, let us apply one by one. So let me get the count function from the daily notes. Let me go for count function. Yeah. Okay, these are all the count functions. Let me copy all these count functions. Then we will go through each and every count function. So if you see the data over here in the table visual, so we have ID, name, marks, and is distinction. Okay, there are 4 columns over here. So now let us implement the count functions one by one. There are around 8 count functions that are available. So out of all the 8 functions, so we use few functions. So the first function is count function. Simple, directly, straightforward. So what does it do? It will count the values in the column. Okay, it will count the values in the column. So let me directly get into the practical. Then we will see the theory next. Okay, so how do we create the measure? We can directly create the measure. Either we can go through the modeling and click on new measure, or the best practice so that I follow is right click and create a measure, new measure. So what we are trying to do, we are trying to create the count. We are trying to implement the count function. So count, direct straightforward count. Okay, so what is the definition of the count? Counts the numbers in the column. So it is taking column name as the parameter. So let me take the ID. First, let me go with the ID. So we got, okay, count, let me write count function. So it is saying that count is already existing in the table. Okay, so let me take the card visual and add the count function. Okay, so what is the count? There are 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. So we have 6 records, 6 number of rows in the table. That's well and good. So what did we pick? We have worked, we have implemented the count function on the ID. Let us implement the same thing on the name. Okay, let me click on enter. Okay. So if you see the count function, when we are trying to apply it on the name, okay, it is giving us 6. So what it is doing, it is ignoring the nulls. Okay, what it is doing, it is ignoring the nulls. So it is ignoring the nulls for the text data type. Okay, it is ignoring the nulls for the text data type. Okay, now let me go for the marks. Okay, let me implement it on the marks. Okay, yes, the count function, it is giving the number of records as 6. Yes, it is working on the marks. Now let us implement it on the is distinction and click on enter. Okay, it is giving us error. Okay, what is the error? Let me click on the C details. Calculation error in the measure mark list count function. Okay, what it is saying? The function count cannot work with values of type Boolean data type. Okay, so the count function, so it will not work. It will not work on Boolean data type. Boolean data type. And what is the next step? It will ignore nulls for text data type. Text data type. Okay, so this is the count function definition. So let me directly go with ID and let me click on enter. Okay, so this is what we have it. So what is the definition? Let us see that. It will count the values in the column. Simple, straightforward. It will ignore blank for the date and number data type. Okay. It will not ignore blank for the text data type. Okay. It will not work on Boolean data type. The syntax is count column name. Okay. So this is count function. For example, if I want to implement, okay, if I want to see the number of Boolean, if I want to implement, how do we overcome? How do we implement the function? How do we work on if we have the Boolean data type? Okay. So in order to overcome the Boolean, in order to overcome this, we have a function called as count A. Okay, let me take a new measure. So let me directly straightforwardly apply it on the Boolean data type. What is the function? Count A is the function. Okay, equal to count A. Okay, so count the number of values in the column. So let me take directly straightforwardly is distinction and click on enter. Okay, let me take the card visual, another card visual, and let me add count A. Yes, now you see. So it is working on the Boolean data type. Okay, count A. It works on the Boolean data type also. Boolean data type also. Rest same as count function. Simple. Rest same as count function. So in order to overcome working on the Boolean data type, we have a function called as count A. What is A? What is A? A represents all data types. All data types. Okay, so that is count A function. Now let us see the next function called as count X function. So what do we have? Count A function. It will work, it will count the values in the column, the same thing. It will work on the Boolean data type and the syntax is count A column name. Okay, so that is what we have it. Next function is count X function. Okay, count X function. Right click, new measure. Let me write count X function. Okay, here X represents, X means expression. Okay, X means expression. Whichever the function you find, okay, whichever the function you find the suffix as X, okay, it takes the parameter, okay, it takes the parameter table comma expression. Whichever the function you find the suffix X, okay, it takes table comma expression as the parameter. Okay, let us see how it works. Okay, and the next thing is that we can go for filtering the data. Okay, we can go for filtering the data. So let us see that. Count X. Okay, count X. Okay, what you see, table comma expression. counts the number of values which result from evaluating an expression for each row of the table. So let me take the table name, mark list. Yes, that's wonderful. Okay. So here what we can do, here we can directly give the expression. Okay, let me directly write marks. Okay, mark list, ID, comma, enter. Okay, let us see what is the benefit and what is the difference between count and count X function. Let me take, okay, it is working same as count function. Okay, it is working same as count function. Here, the good thing is that in place of table expression, okay, in place of table, I can use the function called as filter function. Okay, what is the filter function? What is the parameter it takes? It takes table comma, okay, it takes table comma filter condition. Filter condition. What is that filter condition? Let us see that. Filter. Okay, what is taking? Mark list, comma. Okay, mark list, comma. Okay, now you see filter expression is highlighted. Okay, filter returns a table that has been filtered. So what I can do? I can filter the data marks. Okay, marks greater than or equal to 550 and close the bracket. Okay, what I'm trying to do? What I'm trying to do in the count function, it only takes the column name. Count X, wherever we find the X, okay, whichever the function which has the suffix X, it takes table comma expression. X means expression. The way we have DAX, DAX, X represents expression, and we can go for it takes the parameter table comma expression, and it is used for filtering the data. So we can use the function called as filter condition. Okay. Now what we are trying to filter, I would like to see the list of students who got 550 marks, more than or equal to 550 marks. Okay. Now you see, so four students got 550, 550, 1, 2, 3, 4. But what is the thing? It is accepting the null values. Okay. It is not ignoring the null values. It is considering the null values. Okay. It considers null values also. Okay. So this is the count X function. Okay. This is count X function. For example, what I am trying to do, let me take in the not in the filter function, let me go for taking is distinction and let's see whether it works or not. Okay, it is not working. Okay, let me click on see details. Same error again. The function count X cannot work with the type Boolean. Okay, let me go through the previous thing and let me click on enter. In order to overcome this problem, we got another function called as count AX. Okay, we got another function called as count AX. Again, what do I need to do? It will not work on Boolean data type. Boolean data type in the expression. Okay, in the expression. Okay, that is well and good. And the next one. So let me right click, new measure. Now what do we need to do? We need to take the count AX function equal to. Okay, again what AX represents? A means all data type. Okay, A means all data type. All data type. Again, X means expression. Expression. And what does it take? It takes the parameter table comma expression. Okay, so this is what we have it. Now let me write count AX. Okay, open the bracket. Here I can do filter. Okay, table comma expression. Let me directly take mark list as the table. In the expression, I'll go for marks. Marks greater than or equal to 550. Okay, close the bracket. What we are trying to do? We have closed the bracket of filter, comma. So what means in the count AX, in the table, okay, in the table parameter, we enter the filter condition. Okay, this calculation is called as a dynamic calculation. We can use the function within a function. Okay, in the expression, what I can write is underscore distinction, close the bracket, click on enter. Okay, let me take the card visual. Now let me take the count AX. What we are getting? 550 marks is distinction. We are getting 3. 1, 2, 3. Maybe it is not considering the blank value. Okay, we have got 3. Okay, so this is the count AX function. Okay, what it is? It will work on Boolean data type. Work on Boolean data type. So this is count AX function. So one of the interview questions: what is the difference between count and count AX, count A, count X? So if you want to calculate the what do you say, the Boolean data type, what is the function that you use? How do you count the Boolean data type? Okay, you should say that count X, count AX, or count A. So these are all about count function. What is the next function? Simple, straightforward function. Count rows. Another count function. Count rows. Simple. Count rows equal to count rows takes table as the parameter. Simple thing. Count rows takes table as the parameter. What is that? Count the number of rows in the table. Okay, simple thing. Count number of rows. It doesn't take whether it is a null or whether it is a blank or whether it has the data or not. Just it counts the number of records in the table. That's it. Whichever the highest data that it has. Okay, let me take the card visual. Count rows. So 6 is the count rows. And the next function is distinct count. Okay, let me take a new measure. The next function is distinct count. Okay, distinct count equal to distinct count. Okay, so column name. What is the column name? Count the number of distinct values in the column. So let me take marks because we have duplicates in it. Okay, let me take marks. Okay, let me take the card visual. Distinct count. 4 is the distinct count because 550, 550, 550, it is repeated 3 times. So it is considering it as only single. It is eliminating the duplicates. Okay, so it ignores the duplicate values. So this is distinct count function. Next function is distinct count no blanks. Okay, let me click on new measure. Okay, distinct count no blanks equal to distinct count no blank. Okay, count the number of distinct values in the column. Okay, let me take the marks. Okay, let's see that how it works. Okay, 4. Okay, it is taking. Let me take in place of name. Let me take name. 6. Okay, it is ignoring the count, the blanks. Okay, it is counting the blanks also. Okay, so let me take is distinction. Okay, let me take whether it works or not. Let me take. Okay, it is giving only 2. Why? Because true, false. Okay, this is distinct count no blank. Okay, we also have one more function. Let me check the calculating the blanks. Okay, blanks. Let me write blank. Okay, what is that? Count blank. Yes. Okay, count blank. Let me go for taking the name because we have blank in names. 1. You see? So what is the function? Count blank. Okay, count blank. What does it do? It counts the blank. Simple. How many blanks are there in the column? Okay, let's see whether it works on is distinction or not. Yes, it is working on the Boolean data type. Okay, works on all data types. All data types, and it gives blank count. So this is These are all the count functions. Okay. So we have one of the most important DAX function is calculate function. Okay. So we have a important function called as calculate function. So let us go through what is calculate function. Then we will see why the calculate function is important. So we have a function called as calculate function. Calculate function. So this is one of the most important and most powerful function in DAX. Important function in DAX. And it is a dynamic function. It is a dynamic function. It is a dynamic function. So it takes, okay, it evaluates an expression. Okay, it evaluates an expression. An expression. So usually aggregate functions, most of the times it is aggregate function. Aggregate functions. So like sum, minimum, maximum. And so we use, and also what is the syntax? So let us see what is the syntax it takes. So the syntax is it takes calculate, it takes expression comma filter, expression comma filter 1 comma filter 2 comma so on, filter n. Filter n. So what is the expression? So what does the expression means? Expression is returns the scalar value. Scalar value. So what is the expression? So we can go for sum of sales. So the expression is sum of sales. If we have already created the measure sum of sales, we can directly use the measure. So that is in the expression. And what about the filter context? Okay. So we can filter. We can take many filters. Okay. One or more filter conditions that can modify the row context or filter context. Okay, that is the syntax. So how it works? Okay, how it works? So let us see that. How it works, let us see that. For example, let me go through one small example. Calculate. So in the expression, what do? We can directly go for writing sum of sales, or if we have already created the measure sum of sales, we can directly give like sales, comma. So in the filter condition, we can go for filtering the data. So how do we filter the data? For example, product equal to, okay, I can filter something. Okay, product equal to iPhone. Okay, so we get the sales of only iPhone. Okay, or we can also go for another function. Okay, another filter, state equal to Texas. Okay, for example, if you also want to go for another filter, okay, another filter. So what is the another filter that we can take? Okay, gender equal to male. For example, if we have the data like gender, so we can also see, so which gender from the Texas, okay, male bought the iPhone. Okay, so the sales of iPhones in the Texas, and that is for the gender male. So we can add many filters in the filter condition, in the filter. So it takes expression, comma filter. So in the expression, so we will need to add only the numeric data. Okay, that is most of the times we go for aggregate functions. That is sum of sales or minimum, maximum, average, count. Okay, let us see one example. So now, how do we get the data? So click on the Excel workbook. How do we get the data into Power BI? Click on the Excel workbook and go to that file. Okay, so Power BI time intelligence dataset 2025. Let me click on that file. Okay, so what do we need to do? So let us get 2024 and 2025 data. Okay, sales data 2024 and sales data 2025. So let me click on load. So let the data load. Yes, the data is loaded. So what do we need to do? Go to table view and see what kind of a data do we have in the sales table. So if you see in the sales table, we have the date, and the products. So we have different types of products: books, eraser, marker, notebook, and pen. And in the sales amount, we have the sales amount of different products and what is the quantity. Okay. So in the 2025 data also, we have the same thing. Okay. So what do we need to do? We can make the changes to the column. Okay. Data type, click on. So let us make it into date. Why? Because we do not have the time properly. Okay. So that is the reason we are trying to make the date column as date and time column as date column only. So let me make it into short date. Yes, we have got the data. So what is the next step? We need to implement the calculate function. Okay. Before we implement the calculate function, let us go and write the new measure. Okay. Let us write new measure of the sales amount. So let me go for writing sales amount equal to, okay, sum of sales. Okay. Sum of sales amount from 2025. Okay. Let me click on enter. Okay. So if I take the card visual and click on this, so we get to know what is the sales amount. 98,000 is the sales amount. Okay. So this is well and good. What do we need to do here now? So we need to implement the calculate function. So how do we implement the calculate function? So for example, if you let me right click and click on the new measure. Okay. So let me write pen sales amount. Pen sales equal to calculate. Okay. What it is taking? It takes expression comma filter one, evaluates an expression in the context modified by filters. What is the expression? So if we do not have the measure, okay, I can directly take sum of sales amount. Okay, sum of sales amount. If we already have that, okay, if we already have that, what do we need to do? Open the square bracket. Whatever the measures that we created, it will get pop up and click on enter, comma. Okay, comma. So what do we need to do in the filter? So let me take product from 2025. Let me take the product equal to, okay. When we try to enter the text data type, what do we need to remember? Enter it in the double quotes. Okay, enter it in the double quotes and click on enter. What we are trying to do? We are trying to take only the sales of pen. Okay, let me go for pen sales. Okay, what is the sales of pen? It is 24,000. So how do we get to know? So take a table visual, add the product and add the sales amount. Okay, add the product and add the sales amount. So here what do we need to do? So let me increase the font size. So let me make it into 15. Okay. So if you see the product and what is the sales of pen, 24,298. So it is giving us round. So what we can do? We can change the display unit. Okay. We can change the display unit as none. So we get the total amount. So for this also, we can change the display unit as none so that we get full amount. Okay. Without 1,000 or without the million. Okay. For displaying the units. So now we have made some changes. Okay. Now we have made some changes. The product. Okay. This is well and good. Okay. This is well and good. So if you want to go for any other changes. Okay. So if you want to go for example, so let us see the next thing. Okay. Let us see the next thing. That is, let us go through the next concept, that is operators. Okay, logical operator. Logical operator. So let us implement, how do we implement the logical operator? By using the calculate functions. Okay. So here if you see the logical operators, okay, what do we have in here? So we have and, okay, double ampersand symbol, and the next one is or, double pipe symbol, and the next one is not. So direct expression. Okay, direct expression. The first one is, okay, so let me directly go for taking true logical operator. Logical operator. So what we have in the logical operator, we have and, or we can directly use and symbol, and the next one is or we can directly use pipe symbol. Next one is directly straightforwardly not. Okay, directly straightforwardly not expression. Let us see what is true, true. Okay, true, false, false, true. and false, false. For AND condition, okay, for AND. So if two conditions are true, then the output is true. Okay, remaining all are false. Remaining all are false. Okay, this is for AND condition. Okay, this is for AND condition. And if you go for OR condition, okay, if two conditions are false, okay, so we get true, and this one is also true. This one is also true. And the next condition, if two conditions are false, then the output is false. Okay, if two conditions are false, then the output is false. And what is the next condition? Not. What is not? If it is true, then it is false. If it is false, then it is true. Simple thing. Okay. So now let us see how do we implement AND condition and OR condition in here. Okay. So what do we do? So we have pen sales, for example. Okay, we have pen sales. So we have product. So let me take the new measure. Sorry. Let me take the new measure. Sales of pen. Okay, equal to. So let me take calculate function. So here what do we need to do? We can directly take the sales amount, comma. Okay. So if you want to go for shift enter for the next line. So here what we can do? We can use the filter condition. Okay, what we can do? Filter condition, sales table 2025, comma. What is the filter expression? Here we need to write the filter expression. Okay, product equal to, okay, product equal to pen. Product equal to pen, comma. Okay, so here what we can do? Either we can go for, so let me go for double ampersand symbol, or we can also go for AND condition. Okay, so what we can do? Quantity. Okay, sales quantity greater than 10. Okay, sales quantity greater than 10 and click on enter. Okay, so I can get it over here. Okay, what is the sales? So we can see 12,000 is the sales of pen, the quantity which is greater than 10. So I can directly take the quantity. Okay, pen quantity, so which have the quantity greater than 10. Okay, the quantity greater than 10, we will get it. Okay, book quantity or pen quantity which is greater than 10. So we will get the sales of those. Okay, so this is AND condition. And what is the next thing? So we can go for OR condition. Okay, what is the next thing? We can go for OR condition. So sales of pen, so which is AND. Either we can use AND symbol, or I can give the comma and I can enter. Here I can go for AND. Logic 1 and logic 2. And at the end, we need to close the bracket and click on enter. So both works. Okay, either we can go for writing the AND condition and double ampersand symbol, or we can also go for AND function. Okay, this is the sales of pen for the quantity greater than 10. So now let us go through the next function, the next operator, that is OR operator. Okay, simple. So we can go for example, let us go for sales of, let us go for both book or pen. Okay, so how do we do that? So let us go for sales amount, comma. So here we can write filter condition. So what is the sales 2025, comma. So here we can go for OR condition directly. And in the logic, what we can do? So in the logic, we can write product equal to, product equal to pen. Okay, product equal to pen, or product equal to pen, comma. The logic to product equal to book. Okay, product equal to book. And close the bracket and click on enter. So we get the data of both. Okay, we get the data of both 37K. So let me take off quantity. Now you get 12,343 plus 24,298. So 37,000 is the sales of pen and product. Okay, and this can also be done. Okay, this can also be done. Okay, this can be also be written in another function, another operator. Let me write new measure. Okay, so let me copy that. Okay, let me copy that. So this can also be written if you want to filter out more than one list. So we can write. Okay, product in. product in function, open the flower bracket, and here we can write pen, comma, book, and close the bracket. So close the square bracket, close the bracket, and click on enter. So we can write new. Okay. So let's see whether we get the same output or not. Let me take the card visual and I can take the new one. Yes, 37,000. Okay. In is the operator. If you want to, in is also another operator which is used to filter the data. If you want to use the list of products or list of attributes to filter the data. Okay, this is in operator. And what is the next operator? Not operator. What is the usage of not operator? If you want to exclude, okay, if you want to exclude anything, okay, so not operator. Let me directly write or sales not notebook. Notebook equal to, okay, what we can write? Calculate. Okay, so here what we can do? Sales amount. Or directly we can directly take sales amount, comma, shift enter. So here we can write filter condition. So in the table expression, we can give this table name, comma, filter condition. I can directly write not. Okay, open the bracket. Product equal to notebook. Product equal to notebook, and close the bracket. Okay, so we got. So we can see the product which is not equal to. So let me take the card visual. And what is that? Sales, not notebook. 77,000 is the sales which is taking 97,631 minus 20,000. So we get 77,000 is the sales which do not include the product notebook. Okay, so this is what we have it. Or we can also write it in another format. Okay, or we can also write it in another format. So how do we write it? So let me explain you that. Okay, so here what I can do, product not equal to notebook. So this can also be works. This can also work. Okay, so not equal to comparison operator. We can also use not equal to, or we can write a not function to get this output. Okay, so what is a time intelligence function? Okay, what is a time intelligence function? So if you see the time intelligence function, so there are many time intelligence functions. And why do we use time intelligence functions? In order to go through the previous year or previous month or previous quarter, previous day, we need to know the time intelligence function. Time intelligence function. So why do we need time intelligence function? For example, if you take the sales, or for example, if you take there are, so in a year we have, so year has 365 days, 365 days, and 4 quarters, and 52 weeks, 52 weeks. And in a quarter, if we take in a quarter, so in a quarter we will have 3 months in each quarter. Okay, each quarter we will have 3 months. And in a month, so what do we have? So we will have 30 days, 30 days, or on an average we will have 4 weeks. This is in the calendar year. This is in the calendar year. Calendar year. So what is a calendar year? Calendar year is from the Jan to December is the calendar year. January, February, March is quarter 1. April, May, June, quarter 2, it goes. Okay, each 3 months, 3 months we will have quarter. Okay, 1 quarter. And each and every company follow their own financial year. Financial year. So what is the financial period in India? So it is from April to March. So April to March. So year end closing. So they close everything, whatever the finance thing that they have. So April is the first month. April is the first month, first fiscal period. So it is called as a first fiscal period. And March is the last fiscal period. Last fiscal period. So this is the time intelligence or whatever we have the time dimension. Okay, why do we require this? For example, if we take any grocery store, and the grocery store has been established or started in the year 2020, and from 2020 till today, so if you want to see the sales, so we started in the year 2020 and the 2020 sales are 2020 and the 2020 sales are $1 million. For example, if you take $1 million, 2021, so it is, so I can say $1.2 million. So what do we say? So 1.1 to $1.2 million is like 0.2 increase in comparing with the previous year. Okay, $0.2 million were increased comparing with the previous year. But how do we calculate? So what do we call it as a technical terminology? It is called as a sales growth. Sales growth. So what is the sales growth? 2022, if I take 2022, so it would be like $1.5 million. And 2023, so it would be like $2 million. So it is increased because so most of the people are ordering online. So it's a time of COVID. And 2024, so it increased to $2.5 million. And 2025, so it is 3 million and 3 months left for the completion of the year. So what we can see the trend. Okay, 1 million, the line goes again 1.2, 1.5, 2 million, 2.5 million and 3 million. So what we can see, so we can see what was the last year. We can compare with the previous year sales. So how our sales are going, whether it is inclined or it is declining. For example, if I take 2024, it declined to 1.5 million. 1.5 million. So it is the sales are same like 2022. Why? What is the reason? And we can also compare, and it can also be compared by the quarters. So what was the last year current quarter and this year current quarter? Okay, we are in Q3. Okay, September, October, November, December, Q4. We are in Q3. Okay, so what is the current year Q3 sales and what was the last year current quarter sales, Q3 sales? And again, what do we have? So month. Okay, what is the September 2024 September sales and 2025 September sales? So how do we get to know all this? By using the time intelligence functions. So what are all the time intelligence functions do we have in Power BI? So we have many time intelligence functions available. So what are all the time intelligence functions? Let us see one by one. The first and foremost time intelligence function is previous year. The first and foremost time intelligence function is previous year. So let us see the previous year time intelligence function. So what is the function? What is the syntax? Let us go through one by one. Previous year. Okay. So let us see one by one. Let us go through. What is the first one? Previous. Okay. We have a straightforward function called as previous day, previous month, previous quarter, and previous year. Okay, we can directly. Let us see that. Okay, time intelligence function help analyze data over time. They simplify calculations like year-over-year growth, that is sales growth or previous period comparison. So what are all the categories that we have? Previous, next period, comparisons, range based, and shifting periods. So these are all the time intelligence functions. Let us see what is previous year. So what do we have previous year? Return a table with the dates shifted back by 1 quarter. Okay, so it is not 1 quarter, it is 1 year. Typo error, 1 year. Okay, So it is, the syntax is previous year, and what is the syntax? It takes dates, only the date column. Okay, calculate sum of sales amount, comma. So you see the calculate function, one of the most important dynamic functions that we regularly use when we work on the project, when we work on the any project in Power BI. Okay, and what does it take? So in the expression we gave the amount, comma, in the filter condition we gave the previous year. Let us see that. Let us see that. So before we directly implement, okay, before we directly implement the function, what do we need to do? We need to create the calendar table. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to create the calendar table. So how do we create the calendar table? Go to modeling, click on the new table. Okay, let me type calendar. Why do we go for calendar table? For example, we have the dates. Okay, we have the dates. Why do we go for calendar table? Let me explain you that. Okay, why do we go for calendar table? For example, in the sales table or the main table that we get in the sales table, for example, due to some reasons, the grocery store was not working for 1 week. Okay, was not working for 1 week. It is closed due to the inventory, or due to the stock was completed, or due to some reasons, due to the not availability of the employees or the workers. So every month 1 day is off, or due to some holiday or due to some festival it is off. Okay, for example, that day they did not have the sales on particular day. When we try to apply time intelligence function, it will not work, because it should have the complete date. Okay, it should have the complete date. What is a complete date? Okay, so for this month, if you take this month September, okay, we have 30 days. So if 1 day due to holiday or due to not availability, the grocery store is closed, and that day the sales were not there, 15, 16, the sales were not there. So what happens? So it will not work. Previous day or previous year or whatever the time intelligence function that we apply, it will not work. So in order to overcome that, okay, time intelligence function, one more thing to remember, okay, note is time intelligence function works on complete dates. It should have the complete end-to-end date. Okay, so if the sales table or the fact table do not have the complete dates, what do we need to do? We need to create, okay, we need to create the calendar table. So in order to overcome such scenarios, real-time scenario, this is the real-time scenario that we regularly do when we work on the project. Okay, so when we get the requirement or in the projects, we create the calendar table. So how do we create the calendar table? Calendar table is created from the starting of the day till the end. Okay, let us see how do we create. Calendar table. Calendar table equal to, so what is the syntax? Calendar is the direct straightforward function. So what does it take? It takes two parameters, start date, comma, end date. What does you see when I clicked on the enter? Okay, you can click on the tab to get that function, same as in the Excel. You see the start date is highlighted in the blue color. Okay, what do we need to do? We need to enter the start date. And what is the definition of calendar function? Returns a table with one column of all dates between start date and end date. Either we need to enter the start date in this double quotes following the format of the date. What is the format of date? Year, month, day. Or we can directly use the date function so that we can directly enter 2023. So the data is starting from, the sales data is starting from 2023 till 2025. So what I can do? 01. first month, 01 first day, comma, in the end date, either we can go with giving the end date as 2025. But what happens? What can happen after 2025? The new year started and the new data started. Okay, but it fails. We do not get the calculations in a right way. So how do we do that? We can use one function called as today. Okay, we can use one function called as today. So what happens? Every day when we open the report, when we refresh the report, automatically as per the date is updated. Okay, if I open the report tomorrow will be 16 September. If I open the report day after tomorrow, it will be 17th September. As per the current date that we are in, so the calendar table will be updated. Let us see what do we have in the calendar table. You see, from 01/01/2023. Let us see what do we have in the sales table. What do we have in the sales table? We have the data from 01/01/2023 till 26/9/2025. So we have the data till 26th September 2025. Okay, we have the data till 26th September 2025. So what we created the data from 2023 January 1st till today. So automatically the data will be updated. Okay, what do I do now? Let me make it into date column because time doesn't make any sense. And let us go through the short date. That is what we use regularly. Okay, now what is the next step? Okay, the next step is go to data modeling and make the relation between these two tables. Okay, what is the common column that we have it? Okay, the common column that we have it is the sales date. What do we need to do? Make the relation between the sales date from the fact table and the date in the calendar table. Drag and drop, and now you see 1-to-1 because both of them have unique records. What do I do? Click on save. So we made the relation between the tables. Now what I can do, okay, what I can do here, if you see in the calculate, I can write the sales amount from the fact table, and after that I can use the previous year function or whatever the time intelligence function that we have it. We can use it on the calendar table. We can get the date from the calendar table. Let us implement one function. Okay, what is that function? Previous year or previous day. Okay, what is that function? Sales previous day. Okay, let me take right click, new measure. So let me write sales previous year, or I can go for previous year sales. Previous year sales. Previous year sales equal to. So what we can do? Calculate. Let us take the calculate function. So I can directly go for if in the expression we can take the total sales. Okay, I can open the square bracket. We get the suggestions of the measures that we created in the report. So I can get the total sales. I can get the total sales. What do we have in the total sales? Let me click on escape. Let me click on escape and let me click on what do we have in the total sales. The total sales contains the sum of sales amount. Okay, either we can take after entering the calculate, either we can enter the sum of total sales amount, or we can directly take the total sales measure in the calculate function. Let me right click on the new measure. Let me write previous year sales. Previous year sales. Let us go through the year first. Then we can go through the hierarchy. What is the hierarchy? Year, quarter, month, day. That is the standard hierarchy most of the companies in the world they use. Okay. Now shift enter for the next line. Calculate. What is the expression? So I can directly take the total sales amount, comma, total sales, comma. You see, calendar table automatically we are getting. You see, if we do not have the relation between these two tables. Okay, if we do not have the relation between these two tables, we will not be able to get. Okay, so let me delete this. Let me delete this. Okay, I have deleted. Okay, let me create measure again. Okay, measure again. So I want you to understand so easily. Previous year sales equal to calculate. So let me write the total sales, comma, you see, calendar table date. I'm considering the date. Let me take off this. Okay, sales date. No, I do not want to pick the sales date from the sales table, because as we discussed, what is the reason? The reason is, so we may or may not have the complete dates. So what do? We take the date from this column. Okay, what I can take? Only I can take the year. Okay, now what do? I will add the previous year sales. Previous year, calculate. Oh, sorry. So what did we miss? We missed the function called as previous year. So enter the previous year. So what it is taking? It is taking the dates. What is the definition? Returns a previous year. Okay, what it is saying? Returns a previous year, comma, year end date. If we have year end date, we can enter. So let me click on enter. Now if you see, okay, what do? Click on the total sales and make it dollar, so that we get the currency, and click on the previous year sales and make it dollar. Now if you observe, okay, now if you observe, so what we have got? So we got the data, okay, we got the data of previous year sales. Okay, we got the data of previous year sales. You see, what is the previous year sales of 2023? It is 99,125. What is the previous year sales of 2025? It is 98,115. So what is the benefit of doing this? Okay, what is the benefit of doing previous year sales? What I can do here, okay, for example, we do not have the previous year of 2023 because the company is established in the year 2023. So that is the reason we do not have the previous year sales. So what is the benefit of this? So we are getting the, what we are getting? We are getting the nulls. Okay. So what do? I will make it not blank. Okay, if I make it, okay, let me go with year. Year is not blank. Okay, now we have got it. So if you see what we can do here, so we can go for making the sales difference. Okay, we can calculate the sales difference. So how can we calculate the sales difference? Simple. So right click, new measure. Okay, write sales difference. Sales difference equal to, what we can do is the sales difference, total sales minus previous year sales, and click on enter. Now I can add the sales difference here. Now you see the sales difference is comparing with the previous year. I got $1,000 difference, and again $29,000 difference comparing with the previous year sales. 2025 68,000, but previous year it is 98,000. So I got loss. Okay, so we can also find out what could be the reasons. Okay, what could be the reasons behind it? So that is previous year or previous year sales. Okay, so let me take this sales difference. Okay, let me take this off, sales difference, and let us go through the next function. Okay, what is the next function? The next function is previous quarter. Okay, what is the previous quarter? Returns a table with the dates shifted back by 1 quarter. So we have a straightforward function called as previous quarter, and we will get the previous quarter sales. Okay, let us implement that. So let me directly get this function, copy and right click, new measure, and copy this, and in place of previous year, so what do? I will write previous quarter. What is the definition? Returns a previous quarter from the dates. So here what do? I will write the quarter and click on enter. So here, if you see, we have yearly data. What do I do now? I will expand the date hierarchy, add the quarter after year. Okay, let me take total year and let me add previous quarter sales. And now if I click on this and let me make it dollar. Okay, now if you see what do we have? We are getting the previous quarter sales. You see, previous quarter. So I can compare previous quarter. Okay, the current quarter. Okay, what is the current quarter? The current quarter, if I go to here 2025, okay, Q3. Okay, what is the previous quarter sales? Q3 if I go. So current quarter it is 19,484, but previous quarter it is $24,730. So what I got, there is a decrease in the, when I compare with my previous quarter, there is a decrease in the current quarter sales. So I can easily get to know, okay, what is happening with my business. Okay, what is happening with my business. So what do we do now? Let us go through the next function, that is previous month. Okay, what is the previous month? Simply returns a table with dates shifted back by 1 month. Okay, we get it by monthly. So let me copy the same thing and just replace it by previous month. In place of quarter, replace it with by previous month. Okay, so here what do I do? In place of quarter, write previous month. Okay, and click on enter to execute. So what do I do now? So here I will add the month after the quarter. Okay, here I'll add the previous month and I will remove the quarter. Now if you see, we are getting the previous month data. Okay, now we are getting the previous month data. Okay, you observe what you observe, you see previous month, previous month, previous month. You see, I'm able to calculate. Okay, I can easily calculate what was the previous month sales. So if I go here, what is the previous month sales? You see, the current September month sales is 3,708. Okay, I can understand. Okay, we are in the 15th September. Okay, 3,700. What I can estimate? I can estimate 7,400 change sales in the next 15 days. Okay, I can easily understand what can happen in the next 15 days. So this is what we can do it. Okay, and the next one is previous day. Copy this, right click, new measure, and we can just replace month with day. Month with day, and click on enter. Okay, so what we can do here, after the month, I can add the day. And let me take off month and add the day. I can see what could be the previous day sales. I can come down. I can come down and I can see what could be the previous. So what I can do, I can go here in the advanced filtering. So I can write is 2025. So I'll get the filter of 2025 only. You see, so I got the 2025. So previous month, previous day. Okay, what is the previous? September 14th sales is $345. September 15th sales is $443. Now I got the increase in my sales. 443 minus 345, probably like on an average $90. So I got the benefit of $90. So I can make it dollar. So I'll get to know that. Now you see $90 only. Tomorrow, if I get the sales, it will be updated. Okay, tomorrow it will be updated. So that is the sales that we got. So this is previous. We have another function called as same period last year function. Okay, we have another function called as same period last year. The name itself, it is saying that same period last year function. Okay, what does it do? Returns a set of dates from the same period in the previous year. It is just like previous year function. Okay, it is just like previous year function. Let us implement that same period last year function. Okay, right click, new measure. Okay, right click, new measure. So what do I do? Previous year sales. So I can write previous year sales equal to calculate function total sales, comma. So what we can do? We can write same period last year function. So what is the definition? It is only taking the dates. You need to observe the parameter. Important thing for you when you attend the interview, you are going to get, you will be asked by the parameters, or you will be asked by what is the difference between same period last year function and previous year function. or whatever the time intelligence function that we have. Further, we will discuss about few more functions like parallel period, DATEADD function. Okay, you will understand what is the difference between these three. Returns a set of dates in the current selection from the previous year. Okay, what it is saying, we will get the previous year sales. Simple, straightforward. We will get this previous year sales. That's it. So let me close the bracket and click on enter. Okay, so let me take off this. Let me take off the quarter, month, day, and add the previous year sales. Okay, so we got the previous year sales. You see, previous year. So if you would ask me what is the difference between previous year function and the same period last year, both of them are same. Both of them are same. Okay, so this is about same period last year function. And coming to the next function. Okay, now we will go through the next year. Next year means we are in 2025. We will not get the sales of 2026. Okay, it will not be forecasting the data. Whatever the dates that we have it in the table, in the data, we can compare 2023 with next year sales 2024. If we have 2024, we can compare it with 2025. Not when we are in 2025, it will not give the data, the sales of 2026. Okay, so that is the difference between the previous year and previous next year. Okay, what is the definition? Returns a table with say dates shifted forward. Okay, shifted forward by 1 month, quarter, year, or day. I mean, we will discuss. We have that. Okay, next month, next quarter. Okay, so let us see that. What is the next year function? Right click, new measure. Okay, next year sales. For example, now let us go through next year sales equal to. So what is the function? Calculate total sales, comma, next year. You see, next year returns are next year. Okay, I can directly take the calendar table and click on enter. You see what we are going to get. You see 2023 $99,125. We get the after beside it, we will get $98,115. So that is next year sales. You see $99,115. So let me take off previous year. You see 99. I can compare 2023 sales with 2024 sales. So that is next year. Let us go through the same thing. Next quarter, new measure, next quarter sales, next quarter. So here I can write next quarter. So we will get the information about the next quarter. So let me take off this. Let me add the next quarter and add the quarter information. You see, so we will get to know the quarter, next quarter's data, 24,704. So I can make it into dollar. So this is next quarter. And what do we have the next thing? Next month. So what is the hierarchy? After quarter, it is month. So I can write month. Month. And in place of quarter, I can go for month and click on enter. And I can add month. And what do I do? Add the month. So we will get the month data. So I can make it dollar. Okay, we will get the month data. And what is the next thing? Next day. Okay, new measure. And write next day. Next day. And here also I'll go for day level data. Okay, so we will get the year level data, quarter level data, month level data, and day level data. Let me take off this next day sales and I can go for this. We will get the next day sales. So I can compare. So I can compare my data. You see Jan 1st, 414. If I go for the next day, it is 309, $110. Okay, on an average, $100 were less. So I can compare my data with my previous day or previous month sales. So this is a continuation of few more the date functions, time intelligence function. So here if you see, we have a function called as date difference. So another time dimension function, that is date difference. The name itself says that. So it is used to find out the difference between the dates. Okay. So what is the definition? Returns difference between two dates in a specified unit. Unit means, do we want to have it as a year, month, day? So that is the unit. And what is the syntax? So date difference takes two dates, the start date, end date, and what is the interval? So what is the interval? Year, month, day. So that is what we can do it. So let us see what is the date difference in the practical. So if you see here, so we have sales date, product, sales amount, and quantity. And we also have one more column called as a delivery date. Okay, delivered date. So what do we need to do? For example, if we take one small example, where do we use the real time of the date difference function? So if we see the e-commerce, okay, so we ordered something, and at the time of order, when we check out, so we get an information like expected delivery date, and also 1 or 2 days later, so we get a message stating that your order is being shipped. That shipped is considered as a ship date. Okay, what is that? There are three dates over here: order date, so which is like a sale date. Okay, order date and sale date, both of them are same. And the next one is shipping date. So how long a product is taking for the shipment. Okay, ship date. And the third one is deliver date. So deliver date is reaching the product to the customer. Okay, reaching the product to the customer. So how long a product is taking from the order date till the deliver date. So that is what they can analyze. Why do they need to analyze? Because these e-commerce websites or e-commerce business, they give it to the third party vendor, the delivery partners. So they can analyze that which delivery partner is performing well for delivering the products. If they are taking more than that, so that is the reason the e-commerce websites have come up with an idea stating that 1 day delivery, or you can also see other stating that 15 minutes or 20 minutes delivery, because they want to improve their business. So that is the reason they have come up with such ideas. So if you see what is the difference between, if you want to find out the difference between the sale date and the delivery date, we need to use the function called as date difference. So date difference gives the data in the units, in the specified unit. What is the unit? Unit is the interval. So let us click on the new column, because we need to find out the difference between the sale date and the delivered date. So I would like to go for date difference. Date difference equal to, so I'll go for writing the direct straightforward date difference function. So what is this? Return the number of units specified in the interval between the input two dates. Okay, what is the date one? So I can directly write sale date. Okay, sale date, comma. So date due, delivered date, comma. So you see there are many intervals. You see day, hour, minutes, month, quarter, seconds, week, year. Okay, now let us go with year. So let us see, do we have any difference in the year? Okay, let me click on enter. Let's see. Yes, we have the difference, but the thing is that we are getting minus. So maybe 13, 12, 2025 and 13, 11, 2024. So the difference is -1. Why -1? Okay, let me take month. Okay, let me go for taking month. So let's see how many months we are getting. Let me click on execute. So we are getting 13 months. Okay, the difference between the sales date and the delivery date is 13 months. Okay, we did one mistake. Okay, we did one mistake. That is why we are getting minus, because so order date and the delivery date is backward comparing with the sale date. So that is the reason we are getting that. So let me make some changes to the delivery date. Okay, so let me go for the positive. Okay, now you see, so in place of month, let me go for, I have just created one calculated column as a delivered date. So that is the reason we have got error. So let me go for year, and let's see how many years do we have. Okay, we have year, but let me take off the filter. Do we have year? No, we do not have year. What happened? Why everything is blank? Let me refresh. Sale date. Oh, sorry. Now we will get it. Yeah, now we will get it. So we did a mistake. We went far more beyond. So that is the reason we are getting that. So we did not, we have got the blanks. Okay. So now let us see the difference. Okay, date difference. Now let me take here year, the interval as year. And let's see what is the difference between the sale date and delivered date. So the difference between when we take the unit, the interval as year, the difference between sale date and delivered date is 1 year. Okay, this is the year. And let us go with month and click on enter. Okay, so there are 13 months difference between sale date and delivered date. So I can also go for day and click on enter. Okay, 397 days. Okay, so we have the difference like 397, 396, 395, and 394. So these are all the difference between the sale date and delivered date. So date difference, one of the most important function. So we also use it in the at the time of project. So yeah, you try practicing. So date difference, find the difference between two dates in the specified interval. Okay, this is date difference. Now let us get into the next function called as dates between and dates in period. Okay, dates between and dates in period. The name itself says that it is used to give the dates in between. Okay, when we deal with the start date and end date. Okay, what is the definition? Returns a table. Okay, what it is saying, table of dates. Okay, you see, so we can understand, we need to understand that. Okay, we need to create the calculated table. Okay, we need to create the calculated table. Okay, between the start date and end date. And what is the syntax? Dates between takes the date column, okay, existing from the model. What is the start date and what is the end date? Why do we use different dates between? For example, if we have the 10 years or 20 years of data, but we want to cut short, only we would like to take 1 year or 2 years or last 2 years or last 5 years of data. So we have the data from 2010 to 2025 or till today. So what do we need to do? So if you want to consider only few years, only 1 year or 2 years of data, okay, current year and last year data, so we need to go for the dates between. Okay, let us create that dates between. Okay, the new table. So go to table tools, click on new table. So once I click on the new table, so what I write, sales. Okay, sales, or I'll directly go for taking the function name, dates between equal to. So I'll directly write dates between. Okay, dates between. Now you see, return the dates between two given dates. So date. So what is the date that we want to take? So let me go for taking the sales 2024-25 sales date, comma, start date. So it is asking us to enter the start date. So let me take the date column. What is the start date? I'll go for 2024 because in that data we have the data from 2023 till today. Okay, we have seen that. Okay, month 12, day 01. Sorry, month 1, day 1, comma, and I'll go for writing today. Okay, I would like to see the data from 2024. I mean last date, last year and this year. Okay, last year and this year. So you see, we got the data. Sales date, we received data. So this is dates between. So what is the dates between the syntax? It takes this date, start date, comma, end date. Okay, start date, comma, end date. Now let us see the next function called as dates in period. Okay, dates in period. What is the definition? Both of them are same. Dates between and dates in period are same. But the only difference we need to find out in the parameter, the syntax. That's it. Return the dates in a period from a given period starting from a given date. Okay, what is the syntax? Okay, dates, start date, number of interval and interval. The in period means we can go through the months. Okay, period 1 to 12 month. Okay, we can mention the interval, number of interval and the interval. So how many years of data that we want, how many months of data? For example, if you take the dates between, we can't give the number of months. I mean, we need to mention in the end date as our start date. We need to explicitly mention, or we need to give the date column. But here, if you see dates in period, we have the possibility of giving the number of interval and the interval. Number of interval I can take 6 months. Okay, from the start date I need to have the 6 months of data, and the interval is I can take month. Or if I go for year, I can give 2 and interval as year, so that we get the last 2 years of data. Okay, and also you see the screenshot 30 days minus 30 days. I can also take the minus 30 dates in period. Let us see it in the practical way. Okay, let us see it in the practical way. So let us apply it in the, let us apply it in here as a measure. Okay, let me click on a new measure. So write dates in period equal to, so what we can do, what is the good thing about the calculation part is we can include the calculate function. Okay, dates in period also we can take as the calculated table. But what I would like to see, I would like to see the sales amount of the last 6 months or last 10 days or last 1 month. How do we do that? Calculate, what is the expression? Sales amount, comma, what is the function? Dates in period. Okay, dates in period. So what it is giving? Returns the dates from the given period. Dates in period deals with the period. What is the period? That is month, number of interval, comma, interval. Dates in between, it takes start date, end date. Okay, so let me take the table, calendar table, start date. What is the start date? Let me take today. For example, let me take today, comma. Okay, from today, I want to see the last 30 days of the sales amount, minus 30, comma, interval. I can go for 30 day and click on enter. Okay, what I can do here, I can directly go here, take a card visual. Okay, dates in period, I can directly pick it. 98,000 is the last 30 days sales. Okay, 98,000 is the last 30 days sales. Or I can also directly pull it. Okay, copy this, go to modeling, click on the new table. Okay, dates in period, I can also go for this. Okay, and click on enter. And click on enter. Let me go to table view. Now you see, so we get the last 30 days. Okay, we get the last 30 days data. Okay, I can also get it, okay, by using the function called as calculated table. Okay, I can also get the calculated table. Okay, the way we have the calculate function that is used as a measure. Okay, you remember the way we have the function calculate that we use it as a measure. We have the same upgrade version. Okay, you see, you take, let me differentiate between the calculate table and calculate function. So calculate table is like a father. Okay, calculate is like a son. Calculate function work for the table, work for the column. Calculate table work for the table. You see, table comma filter. Calculate function takes expression comma filter. So what I can do here, comma, in the filter condition, I'm taking the dates in period. Close the bracket, click on enter. We get everything. We get everything data, all the data, and also we get the sales amount. Now you see, we got the sales amount. We created a dates in period of the last 30 days from today. Okay, we created the dates in period from the last 30 days. If we want to go for the last year, I can go for giving 1 comma interval I can give here. So we will get the last year sales. Okay, so I can scroll down. Okay, last year sales or next year sales. So this goes next year. So I can put -1 for the previous year. You see, 2024. Okay, the interval, we have the feature of moving or moving forward. So the beauty of date difference, date add. Okay, so date add function, date add we will discuss the next thing. Dates in period, whatever the function that we discuss from here, we can move or shift the dates forward or backward. So that is the beauty of the function that we have it. Okay, calculate function works within the table. That is used for, that takes the expression comma filter condition. Calculate table is used to create the table with filter condition. So that is the difference between calculate and calculate table. You get the interview questions like, so what is the difference between the dates between and dates in period function? Okay, what is the output that we are going to get? What is the parameter it is going to take? Okay, the next important function is date add function. Okay, what is a date add function? The beauty of date add function. Okay, definition: shifts a set of dates by a given number of interval. Okay, shifts the set of dates by a given number of function. Okay, shift. You see what is the syntax? It is taking the dates, comma number of intervals, comma interval. Okay, and this date add is also used as the calculated table, and this date add function can be used with the calculate function. Let us see that. Let us see how can we go for a function. So what do we do here? We can directly add date add function. Okay, so we can directly take the date add function for the next year. Okay, so let me directly take right click, new measure. So I am taking the measure because I want to find out the previous year sales or the next year sales. Okay, so here what do? I write date add next year sales. Next year equal to shift enter for the next line, calculate. Okay, in the expression, what do we need to do? We can give the sales amount, or I can also go for giving the sales amount. Okay, sales amount. Okay, so do we have the sales amount? No, we do not have the sales amount. We have the total sales. Okay, we have the total sales, comma. So what is the beauty here? Either we can take the expression. If we already created the measure, we can directly take the measure. Else we can go for the sum of sales amount, aggregate functions. So here, date add function. So what is the difference here? Dates, comma, number of interval, comma, interval. So I think it is, now you see previously we have not got the extension, comma, truncation. Okay, the parameter. It looks like it is updated. The date add function is updated. So what is the definition? Moves the given set of dates by a specified interval. So here, let me take the calendar table, comma, number of interval. So let me go for 1 because we are looking into the next year, comma, year. Let me go for year. Close the bracket. Okay, close the bracket. So let me remove this. Take a table visual. Okay, take a table visual. So what do we do here? Calendar table. Let me add the date. Okay, let me add the date hierarchy and let me take off year, quarter, month. And here let me add the total sales. Okay, here what do? I will add date add function here. Date add, whatever the column that we created, whatever the measure that we created, we will add it, measure. Okay, font, let me increase the global font to make it 15. Okay, now you are able to see it. Okay, now you are able to see this. So what we are able to see here? So we are able to see the next year sales. Okay, we are able to see the next year sales. Here if you see 2023, okay, next year, okay, 98115. 2025, 971631. Okay, we are able to see the next year sales. What we can do with this function? So we can go for, we can compare the current year sales and previous year sales, previous year's current year sales with the next year sales. Okay, if we have the data from 2022 till today. So this is next year. Okay, this is next year. Now let us go for the previous year. Okay, same thing, same thing. What we can do here, we can go for previous year. Okay, what I can do, right click, new measure, date add previous year. Okay, so here, so I'll go for previous. So here, what is the change that we need to do? -1 and click on enter. Okay, so what happens here? So we can get the previous year sales. So let me make it into dollar and let me add the previous year. Previous year. You see, let me just move a little bit. Okay, so here what I can do, I can have the previous year data. You see, 99125, 98115. So I can compare my data. Okay, I can see what was the sales in the previous year. What is the current year sales? What is the previous year sales? So this is, so here the thing is that in the interval, okay, what we can do, you remember, okay, date add function, you remember that it takes the interval day, month, quarter, year. Okay, it takes 4 interval, day, month, quarter, year. Why I'm saying you to remember? Because we will discuss the next function so that you will understand the difference between these two functions. Now let me click on month and click on enter. Okay, we will get the next previous month sales. Okay, so what do we need to add here? From the date hierarchy, we need to add the month. Now we will get previous month sales. You see, the previous month sales, 911, 7426, 77. So I can compare my data. Okay, this is previous month. This is previous month. And I can also go here. I can also take day. So what is the change that we need to do for the day? So we need to add the day in the date hierarchy so that we will get the information easily. Automatically, you see, whenever we are trying to, it is like transitioning itself as per the data that we are adding in the visual. Okay, it is transforming itself as per the data that we are adding in the table. When we are adding the month level data, we are able to see the month level data. Year level data, yes, we are able to see year level data. Quarter level data, yes, we are able to see the quarter level data. So it is transitioning itself as per the data or the date that we are adding into the visual. So that is the beauty of Power BI in this current generation. Okay, so this is date difference, sorry, date add. We have another function just same like date add. Okay, we have another function just like date add. What is the function? Parallel period. Okay, what is the function name? Parallel period. What is the definition? Returns a table. You see, returns a table with the dates shifted to a parallel period. Okay, what is the parallel period? So now I'm in 2024, 2025 September. So I want to see the 2024 September. That's a parallel. So I'm in 2025 quarter 3. So I would like to see 2024 quarter 3. That's a parallel quarter. Now I'm in 2025. I would like to see 2024 parallel year. Okay. So what is the syntax it is stating? Dates, comma number of interval, comma interval. Okay. Now you would question me, what is the difference between date add and parallel period? Now let us see it in the practical. Let us find out what is the difference between parallel period and the date add function. Okay. Let me put it here. Okay. So let me take off this previous year. Okay, let me make, okay, so here what do I do? So I'll go for year. I'll go for year. Okay, let me click on enter, and now let me take off day, month. Okay, let me take off day, month, and now let me add new measure. Now let me take the parallel period function. Okay, now let me take the parallel period function, so you will easily understand. So here let me directly write parallel period equal to, so calculate. Okay, so here what do we need to do? Total sales, comma, shift enter for the next line, parallel period. Okay, so what it is saying, returns a parallel period of the dates by the given set of dates and a specified interval. Okay, so here let me add the date What is that? Calendar date column, comma, number of interval. So let me go for the same thing, -1, comma, interval. Okay, now you see the difference. So it says parallel period, only period. Okay, date add means complete interval. Okay, it takes the year, quarter, month, day. But parallel period, it is only taking 3 intervals: month, quarter, year. So this is the difference between the two functions. One of the interview questions. What is the difference between parallel period and date add function? You see, both of them are working same. Okay, both of them are working same. Okay, 99125, 99115. So what we can do with the parallel period function, we can shift the dates forward or backward, not the dates. Okay, parallel period does not deal with the date. Date comes with hierarchy: year, quarter, month, day. Parallel period does not deal with day. So that is the reason. So that is the difference between the date add and parallel period function. Let me take this off. Okay, day, month, quarter, year. In the, what is the function? Date add function. Let me replace it with parallel period. Okay, and after that, let me give the comma: month, quarter, year. So day level data, we can't go back to the day level data in the parallel period function. So that is the difference between. So do we have that summary? No, we do not have that in here. I'll try including it. Okay, so this is the difference between parallel period and date add function. Date add. Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you. So we have the difference here, difference between date add and parallel period interview question. Okay, so what is the thing? You can go through it. Okay, the only thing is that shift dates by number of specified period: days, month, quarter, or year. Shift the dates by a specified number of interval, but always uses full period shift. Good for parallel period comparison. Okay, when we deal with the date, we can go for date add. When we deal with the period, we can go for parallel period. So what is the syntax? Both of them, both syntaxes are same. What is the interval type? Day, month, quarter, year. Month, quarter, year. That's it. So that is the difference between date add and parallel period. Okay. And also we have 3 functions. Okay. What are all the functions that we have? 3 functions. So the 3 functions are, we also have one more. So previous year, same period last year function. Okay, there are 3 functions. First function is date add function. Okay, we can shift the dates forward, backward based on the interval and number of interval. Parallel period, yes, we can shift the dates forward, not the dates, period forward, backward based on the interval and number of interval. Coming to the same period last year, okay, we cannot shift the dates forward or backward because same period last year takes only one parameter, that is date parameter. Okay, that is the difference between the date add, parallel period, and same period last year function. The name itself says that it can go through the previous period. So here, so let us go through one example. Then we can understand why do we need those functions. For example, so we need to calculate the running total or cumulative total. So what is running total or cumulative total? For example, if you see 2020, so I got the sales of, or let me go through the month wise. Okay, so we are in September. For example, let me take the first 3 months, January. So we got the sales of 10,000 rupees, for example, $1,000. So in the February we got $1,200. In the March we got $1,500. So what I need to see here is I want to see the running total. Okay, running total. So what is running total? So it is like adding the month. Okay, so the first running total is $1,000, and for the second month the running total is $2,200. So what is happening here? So $1,000 plus $1,200, we are getting $2,200. So how much did we earn till this month from the starting of the year or starting of the month or starting of the quarter? Okay. So in the March, for example, we are in the March month. Okay. So how much did we earn from January, February, and the March till March? 2,200 plus $1,500. It is $3,700. So this is running total or cumulative total. Cumulative totals. So why do we need this? The business need to understand how the company is performing every month. So how much did we receive till now? So that is the reason we need the running totals or cumulative totals. So how do we calculate this? So we can calculate by using the function called as total YTD, total QTD, and total MTD. Let us go through the definition. So what is total YTD? Total year to date. The definition of or the full form of YTD is total year to date. So what is year to date? Starting of the year. Starting of the year till today. To date is like current date, till today or current date. Okay. So how do we take example? So it started in the year 2025. The business started in the year 2025 January till the sales from 2025 January till today. So the sales from 2025 January till today. So it is like starting of the month till today. So that is total YTD. So YTD starting of the year. It's not the month, starting of the year. Starting of the year till today. Till today. So that is total YTD. So let us see what is total QTD. So we have 4 quarters. Okay, in a year we will have 4 quarters. So what are all the 4 quarters? Jan, Feb, March. Jan, Feb, March is Q1. And April, May, June is Q2. July, August, September is Q3. And October, November, December is Q4. So that is calendar. This is calendar year total QTD. So what is total QTD or QTD? Quarter to date. Okay, quarter to date. So what is quarter to date? Starting of the quarter. Starting of the quarter till today. So what is this year quarter? Starting of the quarter. Now we are in quarter 3. That is July, August, September. July, August, September. So how can we, what kind of a sales do we get? So we get the sales from July 1st till today. That is 17th September. So this is quarter to date. Starting of the quarter till today. Till current date. So that is quarter to date. And what is total MTD? So it is, okay, it is month to day. Month to date. Okay, month to date. Starting of the month. Starting of the current month. Okay, starting of the current month till today. Current date. Okay, what is starting of the month? We are in September. So we get the sales of September 1st. September 1st till today. That is 17th September. 17th September. So that is what we have it. So this is total YTD, total QTD, and total MTD. So let us see practical. Okay, let us see practical way. So how do we implement it in the practical? So how do we implement it in the practical? So let us implement the total YTD. And let us see what is the syntax of total YTD, which is so simple, straightforward. Okay, what is the syntax? So we can directly go with the syntax like, total YTD, open the bracket. So we can directly take the measure total sales, comma. So we can take the date column. Okay, we can take the date column. So that is total YTD, I think. So let us go here. So let us implement in the 2024 and 2025. Right click and click on new measure. So it's loading. So let me write total YTD equal to, so direct straightforward total YTD. Oh, now you see we also got total WTD, week to day. So it's a new update from Microsoft. So every month Microsoft releases update. So yesterday Microsoft released one update of the September 2025. You can go through that. So click on YTD and now you see expression, comma, dates, comma, filter condition, comma, filter, comma, year end date. Now let us only go through the expression. So what we can do here, I can go for sales amount. Okay, total sales. Okay, comma. So here we can directly take the date column and click on enter. Okay, date column, click on enter. Now the data is loaded. So how do we get that? How do we see that? So we need to take the table. Okay, so what is the table that we can consider? We can take the calendar. So let me click on the table, get the date column. Okay, so we got the date and add the total sales. Okay, so what is the total sales? It is some value, $294,871. So let me enter, let me increase the font size. Okay, global font size, make it 15. Now let me add total YTD in the table. Okay, so let me click on, let me make it dollar. Okay, yes, we made the dollar. So let me take off day, month, quarter. Okay, if you see, so if you see here, okay, so we got the data from 2025. So it is 97,631. It is 97,631. Okay, so how do we see this? So it's one of the KPIs, key performance indicator. So we can put it in the card visual so that we get to know that, okay, 97.63K is the total YTD that we got it from the starting of the year till today. Why till today? So if you see the calendar table, what we have, we got the data from data till 2025-12-31. So we can also go for writing today. So we get the data today. For example, if I add all quarter, month, day, okay, you will easily understand. So what we are able to see, if you see here, okay, if you see here 2023 414, yes, we got the 414. That's well and good. Okay, we got the 414. If you see in the January 2nd 304, okay, 414 plus 304, it is 723. Okay, 414 plus 309, it is 723. Yes, that's absolutely right. Again, 723 plus 337, it is 1060. Again, 1060 plus 315, it is 1375. So like that, okay, like that. So let me take off quarter. Okay, like that. So let us come down. Okay, let us come down till the end of the year. Okay, till the end of the year. So you will be easily understanding what happens at 31st December. Now you see at the time of 31st December, so it is, where are we? So 31st December, the year stops, the sales stops, and from January 2024, the new data starts, the new sales starts. Okay, you see, at the 31st December, it is 264 and it is added to 988,98861, it is 99125. Is the sales of total YTD of 2023. Okay, again, if I come to 2025, okay, again, if I come 2025 and I can go for basic filtering 2025, you will be able to see from January 1st till December 31st, the sales are 97,631. Actually, it works till today only. But what do we have? We have the data from 1st January till 2025, December 31st. So that is the reason we are able to get till. So I can make some changes like today. And now you will be able to see the sales till today only. Okay, now you see what is the sales. So it is 68,064 is the sales. Okay, 68,000.64K are the sales of 2025, starting of the month till today. Okay, so this is total YTD. Now let us go through total QTD. Okay, let me take the same thing. Control A, Control C, right click, new measure. And let me add in place of total YTD. So let me go for QTD. And here also let me go for QTD and enter. Okay, so let me make it Q. Okay, so what we can do, so most of the times when we deal with the total YTD, QTD, MTD, we take the card visual to see the how much did we earn. So it is 20K. Okay, it is 20K. So how do we get to know? So now what we can do here, so we can add the quarter. Okay, from the date hierarchy, we can add the quarter. So let me take this off, and add the quarter. Okay, add the quarter, and here also total sales amount. Okay, so here if you see, so let me consider. So where is that date? So in the year, what I can do, so I'll go for basic filtering, and here let me go for 2025. Yeah, if you see after quarter one, okay, after quarter one. So what do you find? Okay, after quarter one, what you can find here is the quarter one sales is 23,999,955. Okay, quarter one sales is 23,995, and the quarter two sales. And if I come down, okay, if I come down, you will easily understand. Okay, so what is current quarter? So we are in quarter three. After Q3, okay, July, August, September. From July, August, September, so we are able to get the data. But why it is not getting July 1st? It should start with. Oh, sorry, I did not add. My bad. Yeah. Now if you see, now we got it. After Q2, the Q3 started with the total sales. So let me add here. Let me add total sales over here. Okay, total sales. Now we will be easily understanding. So what we are now, you see $83,000 and $83 and $83. Okay, and if I come down, okay, so we will get the sales of the starting of the quarter. Okay, we will get the sales from the starting of the quarter Q3. Okay, $83 till the end. Okay, $19,954. So here we got the display unit. We can change the display unit as none so that we get the complete number. Okay, so this is quarter QTD, starting of the quarter till today. So what is the starting of the quarter till today? How much did we earn? $19,954. So that is QTD. So let me take right click, new measure, and let me go for total MTD. Okay, total MTD. Total MTD. So what we get, let us see that. So we get the data from starting of the month till today. Okay, we get the data from the starting of the month till today. So let me add total MTD. Okay, so total MTD, if you see the total MTD, okay, starting of the, you see the September 1st. Okay, you see the September 1st. So it started with $161 and 161 plus 469. Okay, so 161 plus 308. So it is $469. Again, 469 plus 77, $546. 546 plus 267, it is $813. Okay, it is adding like that. Okay, it is adding like that. And so, and what we can do, we can take a card visual and we can go for, we can see how much did we earn till today. Okay, sorry. So how much did we earn till today? So let me take total MTD. Okay, $4,178 that we earned from the from starting of the month September 1st till today. Okay, $4,178. Yes, $4,178. Tomorrow when we have the sales, so we get the data. So this is total YTD, total QTD, and total MTD to calculate the running total or cumulative totals. The continuation of other DAX functions, that is if-else condition and switch statement. So what is if-else condition or what is if-else switch statement? So if you want to create any column, if you want to extract something from the column, so what do we do if you want to apply any condition on the existing column? So we need to implement the if-else condition or switch statement. So what is the definition? Returns the value based on the condition. And what is the syntax? If logical test, result if true, comma, result if false. So that is what we used. Here in Power BI, it is so simple. Okay, straightforward, so simple. So what is that? If open the bracket, so we get the suggestions. Logical test. Logical test means what is the condition that we want to implement. Simple thing. What is the condition that we want to implement, or which column that we would like to take in the logical test. And what is the next thing? Result if true, else. Okay, automatically the comma gives the information to us. When we enter the comma, it gives the parameter information. Result if false. So that is the parameter it takes. So what is the condition that we can take? If, okay, salary. So we can directly take if salary greater than $1,000, okay, $10,000, high salary. We can write high salary, else low salary. So we can directly take low salary. So what we are trying to do here? So if the salary is greater than $10,000, so what is the result if true that we are doing? High salary. Else, whichever the salary that falls below the 10,000, that is low salary. So we segregated the data so easily by using. So I can filter out. In future, I can filter out. I can just take the salary slab. I can go for high salary. I can filter out. I can get the list of the employees, those who are getting more than $10,000. So that is the condition. So if you want to extract anything, if you want to create a column based on condition, we go for if-else condition. We go for if-else statement. Okay, let us see with example. Okay, let us see with the example. Let me get the Excel. So if-else switch statement. So what do we have it in that? So we will have the details of the employees. That's an employee table. Okay, that's an employee table. And click on load. Let's see what do we have in the data, first of all. Okay, let it load. Yes, the data is loaded. So what do we need to do? We can go through the table view and we can see the data. What kind of information that we have it in the data, in the table. So we have employee ID, employee first name, employee last name, employee salary, and employee rating. So what do we want to create here? We would like to create, okay, we would like to create the data. Okay, we would like to create the salary based on the ratings. Okay, based on the ratings. So what do we want to do here? If someone is getting, okay, someone is getting 5 rating, so he should get 40% hike. So I'm just giving some normal rating, for example. Okay, that's 4 rating. Okay, it should be 30% hike. Okay, 3 rating, it should be 20% hike. 2 rating, so it should be 10%. Okay, 1 rating, no hike. No hike. No hike. So that is what we need to do. But how do we implement that? Okay, how do we implement? So we would like to know. So $80,000 is the salary that I'm receiving in the year 2025. So what would be my revised salary? Either I can go for the salary hike, new salary. What is the salary? What is the hike that I'm going to get based on my ratings? Or I can also go for the revised salary that I'm going to get or the employee is going to get next year. Okay, next year. Let us calculate that. Let us calculate based on the conditions. Okay, so how do we do that? Click on the new column. Okay, click on the new column. So let me write salary hike. Salary hike. What do we get? We get only the hike amount on the salary. Hike amount on the salary. Okay, so what is the condition? If enter. You see, logical test, comma, result if true, comma, result if false. Checks whether a condition is met and returns one value if true and another value if false. So what is the logical test that we want to implement? We want to work out on the rating. Based on the rating, we need to see the hike of the salary. Okay, let me directly take the rating equal to 5, comma. Result if true. What do we need to write? We can directly write employee salary. Okay, salary multiplied by. So we want to go for 40%. So how can I convert that percentage into value? So we need to divide the 40 by 100. So we get some value, that is 0.4 is the value. Okay, 0.4 is the value, comma. Now you see result if false. So let me directly go for, let me give 0. We want to go for only two conditions. Okay, if employee rating equal to 5, give him 40% hike, else 0. Only two conditions. No else if condition. Okay, you see what is the hike that the John got? 32,000 hike, salary hike. So that he is going to get from the next month on the salary. We have not calculated the complete salary, revised salary. It is the only hike that he is going to get. Okay, it is the only hike that he is going to get. So this is if else condition. So what we are trying to do, we have only given the two conditions. Okay, we only gave two conditions. What is that condition? Result if true. Okay, result if false. So what is that? If else condition only. If else condition. We do not have the third condition. How do we implement if we have more than one condition? So how can we implement that? Let us see that. We can implement by the concept called as nested if. Okay, nested if. What is nested if? Okay, what is subquery? Query within a query is called as a subquery. What is nested if? If condition is in another if condition, then it is called as a nested if. How can we implement? We can directly implement in the else condition, okay, comma, in the result if false condition, I will go for writing another if condition. Okay, what is that? If rating equal to 4, then what is the hike that he is going to get? Salary multiplied by 0.4%, 0.3%, comma. Again, one more condition. In the result if false, we can write one more condition, that is if rating equal to 3, rating equal to 3, then what is the percentage that going to get? It is salary multiplied by 0.2, comma, shift enter. If rating equal to 2, what is the percentage? Salary multiplied by 0.1. Else, last condition. Okay, last condition I can go for 0. Okay, no hike. Okay, no hike. Let me click on enter. Okay, let me click on enter. What? Why? Okay, let me take this off. Okay, now if you see, okay, till Michael Jordan, so we got 9,000 hike. Okay, till the last, till the employees who, those who got rating 2, they got the salary hike. Okay, they got the salary hike. But I want to go for one more. If I want to go for the revised salary, total salary, what is the total salary? Employee salary plus salary hike. What do I need to do? I need to take one more new column and I need to calculate employee salary plus salary hike. Okay, but I do not want to do like that. I want to get it in the same. I want to go for revised salary, complete salary. Okay, revised salary. How do we do that? Okay, how do we do that? Okay, if you take, okay, if you take this as 100%, okay, this whatever the percentage that we are taking as, whatever the percentage that we mentioned here, okay, as the percentage that we want to go for. Okay, what we can do, 0.4, okay, 0.4 plus 100%. Okay, so what we did, 100% plus, okay, 40%. Okay, what it becomes, 140 percentage. Okay, 140 percentage. What do we need to do? We need to divide it by 100. Okay, we need to divide it by 100. How much do we get? 1.4. Okay, 1.4. Okay, what do we need to do here? In place of 0.4, 0.4, that we are calculating the hike percentage based on the rating. But I want to include the revised salary, total salary. What is the total salary? 80,000 plus 32,000 I need to get. Okay, that would be like some value, 1,12,000 some value. Okay, 1,11,112. Okay, 112,000 dollars. How do we calculate that? Okay, so we need to multiply it with 1.0. Okay, we need to multiply with 1.0. So how do we do that? So I can directly take first example. Let us see that. Okay, first example, let us see that 1.4. Okay, so how much are we going to get? So we got, okay, so we got the amount of $1,12,000. So this is the revised salary of total. Okay, revised salary of total. So here also what I can do, 1.3, 1.2, 1.1, and at the end I can go for salary, okay, multiplied by 1. So salary multiplied by 1, the same salary. Now you see what we have got. Okay, so we got the revised salary based on the rating. Okay, for these two, okay, for these two we got 85,000 and $90,000 based on the rating 1, because we have calculated multiplied by 1. Okay, so this is revised salary. So there is no need of calculating the salary hike and after that summing up the employee salary and salary hike. So one more column that we need to create. No, there is no need of it. We can directly include it in the calculation. So this is the if else condition. Okay, let us do that. So click on new column. So what we need to find out here. So I would like to differentiate the candidates, those who get $90,000. Okay, $90,000 or $1 lakh. So they are like high paying salary, and above 90 medium paying salary, and below 90 low salary. Okay, let us create that. Okay, so what do? I'll write salary slab. Okay, let me write, just give naming convention. Okay, if, okay, so here in the logical test, what I can write, revised salary. I can take the revised salary greater than 1 lakh. Okay, greater than $1 lakh. Okay, here what I can do, I can take high salary. Okay, in the else condition, let us go with two conditions only. First of all, okay, low salary. Okay, low salary, and close the bracket. Okay, we got it. Okay, those who have got greater than 1 lakh, okay, $100,000, they are getting high salary. So less than that, automatically it can understand low salary, else condition. Okay, other than $100,000, okay, it gives low salary. Okay, so this is first condition. So we also have one more condition. Okay, what do we need to do? If, okay, salary, revised salary, okay, greater than 90,000, then what is the condition? Mid salary,
medium,
else low salary, and click on enter. Okay, now you see, so $91,000, $96,000, they got 99,000, they got mid salary, and other than that they got low salary. So that is how they get. So this is also the salary.
Exactly 90,000.
exactly 90,000. Yeah, we can write equal to, greater than or equal to. We can use
greater than or equal to, we can
greater
use,
than
no?
or equal to. Yes, we can write greater than or equal to. Greater than or equal to. We can also go for greater than or equal to. Okay. Okay. This is if else condition. Now let us get into the another concept, another conditional statement called as switch statement. Okay. Another conditional formatting, another concept, that is switch statement. So what is the switch statement? Switch statement is similar to the if else condition, but we have little difference. Okay. So simplifies multiple conditions. The first and foremost important definition is simplifies multiple conditions. What is the syntax? Switch expression, comma, value 1, result 1, comma, value 2, result 2, comma, value 3, result 3. And how do we get the condition switch? We can directly give the assign something. Okay, let us see that. So how do we implement? Let us see that. Okay, so I will write salary hike equal to shift enter. Okay, switch. Here if you see, we have got expression comma value 1 comma result 1. Okay, result different, returns different results depending on the value of the expression. Okay, depending on the value of the expression. So what we can do here, we can enter the expression. Okay, what I can enter the expression, I can directly go for giving the define the rating comma. You understand the concept? Enter. I am entering the value that this expression has. Okay, I'm directly entering the value this expression has, 5 comma. Okay, I can directly write 1.4. Okay, 1.4 comma. I entered value 1, result 1 comma. Shift enter, value 2, result 2, 4 comma. So what I can do, 0. Okay, let me go for 0.4 only. Okay, 4 comma 0.3. Shift enter, 3 comma 0.2. Okay, 0.2, 2 comma 0.1, and here I can go for 1. Okay, here if it is 1, I can go for 1. Okay, what I can do here, let me enter, let me click on enter. What we are going to get, let me click on enter. Okay, what we have got, 0.4, 0.3, 0.2, 0.1, 1. Okay, what I can do here, I can write salary, employee salary multiplied, and click on enter. You see how beautiful it is? You see? So if else condition, oh, we have written if else, result if true, result if false. Okay, many things that we have written. Every time we are repeating rating equal to 5, rating equal to 4, rating equal to 3, rating equal to 2, and again employee salary. Okay, what we have did, so we have directly, okay, we have directly tried multiplying it, employee salary. Or if we do not write like this, what do we need to do? We need to multiply here. Every time we need to go here. Every time. Okay, every time, and click on enter. Okay, same result. Why do we need to do that? Simplify it. Okay, simplify with a single step. Okay, how simple it is, you see how beautiful it is. So it is saving a lot of time. Okay, there is no confusion. We got the clarity. You see, so I am multiplying. I gave the condition first. Okay, without giving this, I defined the condition. Okay, without giving this, I defined the condition. So we got 0.4, 0.3, 0.2, 0.1, 1. Again, I just multiplied it. This is the final result, salary hike. Okay, we have got directly the results. If we want to get the revised salary, give the 1.4, 1.3, 1.2, 1.1, and click on enter. We get the final salary. Okay. Tutorial, so we will discuss about the rank and dense rank functions. Okay. So what? Okay, rank and dense rank function. I'll explain you the concept. Okay, I'll explain you the concept. Okay. So let me explain you clearly. So let me take a paint. Okay, let me take the paint. Okay. Now let me write. Okay, name, student name, marks, and rank, comma, dense rank, comma, dense rank. So what is the definition of rank? Okay, what is the definition of rank? The definition of rank, okay, rank definition is, okay, when there is a tie, okay, when there is a tie, when there is a tie between the values, when there is a tie for the values, okay, when there is a tie in the values, rank is going to skip, okay, it skips, okay, it skips the rank, the next consecutive rank, and allocates another rank based on the tie. You understand the concept? Okay. One of the interview questions, either in the SQL or in the Power BI, rank. What is the difference between rank and dense rank? Okay. What is that? We will see in the example. Okay. What is rank? When there is a tie in the values, rank skips the next consecutive value or the rank, and it allocates the another rank based on the tie. Okay. Based on the rank that it gave to the tie values. Coming to the dense rank. When there is a tie, in the values, okay, dense rank, it does not skip the next consecutive rank, so that is dense rank. Okay, that is dense rank. Let us see example. Okay, so what are all the examples? Let us see. Student name. So let me take your name. Okay, so let me go with Asif, and you got the marks 25. Okay, you got the marks 25. Okay, and let me go for Irshad. Irshad got 25, and Somnath got 25. Okay, and the next one Supriya got 24, sorry, and Srikanth got 24. Okay, and I'm a poor student, I got 23 marks. Okay, so rank, what does it do when we were in school, or when we were playing the games? Okay, when we were in school, those who get the same marks in the exams are going to get the same rank, first rank, because there is a tie in the marks. Okay, tie in the marks. So that is the reason rank assigned 3 ranks. First rank to those who have got the same marks. Coming to the second mark, okay, rank, what it is saying, I'm not going to allocate the second rank, I'm going to allocate the 4th rank. Why 4th rank? Rank is saying I already allocated 3 ranks to 3 students. Why I'm going to give the second rank to the next marks? So I'm giving 4th rank. Okay, and here also I'm giving 5th rank. For Sharad, why do I need to give 5th rank? I'm going to give the 6th rank. Okay, so it is going to skip, because what it is thinking, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ranks I already allocated. Why do I need to give 5th rank? I'm going to give the 6th rank. But dense rank, it is speaking with rank, stating that rank, you do not know the consecutive number that you are going to get. You do not know the number. So after 1, you should give the second rank. After 2, you should give the third rank. First, you learn the numbers. Okay, dense rank is saying that to the rank, first you learn the numbers. So after the second rank, we should get the third rank. Okay. Okay, not this one, this one. Okay, let us see that. So how do we implement the rank function? Okay, so right click, we can go for a new column and we can implement the rank function. Okay, so we got the rank. So let me go for capital letter. Okay, rank. So rank function. So here we can directly take rank equal to rank x. Okay, rank x. So what it is taking, table comma expression comma value comma order comma ties. So it is taking 5 parameters. Coming to the value, we can skip the value by giving the comma. Okay, so we need to enter the table. And what is the definition? Returns the rank of an expression evaluated in the current context in the list of values for expression evaluated for each row in the specified table. Okay, let me add the employee table comma. And what is the expression that we want to implement? So it is a numeric column. So what is the numeric column? Salary is the column that we need to give. Okay, employee salary comma. So value, what we can do? We can skip the value by giving the comma. Okay, order, it is asking the order. Do we want to go from the ascending order to descending order or descending order to ascending order? Let us go through the descending order, comma. Do we want to make it dense or skip? Skip represent the rank function. Dense represent the dense function. Okay, there are no two different functions like rank function and another function, dense rank function. So within the parameter, within the selection, when we give the descending order and after that, in the tie, we can go for rank function or dense rank function. Let me click on skip. Skip means rank function and click on enter. Okay, so let us take that in here. Okay, let us take that in here. So what we are able to see here, so we are able to see the number. Okay, what is that number? Let us go through the number. Okay, let us go through the number. So what is that number? So 90,000 it is giving first rank. Okay, 90,000 it is giving first rank. That's well and good. Another 90,000 it is giving first rank. Yes, rank, it is saying that I am going to allocate the rank based on the salary or based on the number. Okay, third one for Ricky, it is 85,000 and the rank is third rank. Why? Why there is a rank third rank? Okay, the definition states that when there is a tie between two numbers, okay, when there is a tie between the two numbers, rank is going to skip the next consecutive rank and it is going to allocate the next number. Okay, it is going to skip the next consecutive number and it is going to allocate next number based on the rank given on the above. Okay, so here it gave first rank and first rank to other candidates. Rank is thinking, already I gave two ranks. I allocated two ranks to Michael and Sponge. For the Ricky, I'm not giving the second rank. I do not want to give the second rank. Okay, logically I am thinking I should be giving third rank. Okay, Ricky is the third ranker in the section in the class or based on the salary. And coming to the John, okay, coming to the John, and again we have the tie, that is 80,000, 80,000. So it is allocated fourth rank, fourth rank. It is well and good, absolutely right. Okay, so and for the Monica, it is giving 70,000 salary and it gave sixth rank. Okay, why it gave sixth rank? 1, 2, 1, counting the ranks, 2, 3, 4, 5. I already allocated 5 ranks to the above candidates. Why do I need to give the second next consecutive rank? I'm not thinking that I'm going to give the fifth rank. So I am going to skip the next consecutive number and give the next rank. So this is rank function. Okay. Now let us go through the dense rank function. Right click, new column, and Control V. Control V. Okay. Rank underscore dense. Let me make it rank underscore dense. So which represents the dense rank. Okay. In place of skip, what do we need to do? We need to write the dense. That's it. And click on enter. And let's see how we are going to get the output. Let me add dense rank. Okay. Don't summarize. Now if you see, okay, now if you see, so what we are getting for the 90,000, yes, first rank, it allocated first rank. For the 90,000, again, first rank. So for the 85,000, it allocated second rank. Okay. It did not skip the next consecutive number. Okay. And for the 80,000, it gave the third rank, again, the third rank. And here we got the fourth rank. And this this dense rank function, okay, marking rank, stating that rank you need to learn the numbers first, because after one, so we are going to get second rank, but you are allocating third rank. So this is what rank and dense rank function. Okay, after fourth rank you need to give the fifth rank, but you allocated sixth rank. So I'm going to give, I do not want to hurt the employees' salaries, employees. Okay, those who are getting the salaries. So this is what the difference between rank and dense rank. So in the SQL also we use the rank and dense rank with the combination of CTEs. Why do we need rank and dense rank? If we need to find out the top, okay, top three ranks, okay, top three salary. Okay, what is the general use case of rank and dense rank? If you want to find out the top three ranks, okay, top three salaries. Okay, now we have got the same ranking, but if we have the different ranking, what we can do? We can directly go for rank and dense rank. We can find the top three salaries, highest salary, lowest salary by giving the descending or ascending. Okay, we can go for assigning the ranks based on the salaries or based on the price, based on the quantity, based on the sales. So we can apply. Tutorial we will continue discussing about the few more DAX functions, that is all except and all selected. One of the most important topics that we use it in the project, and also one of the most important topics comparing with the interview. So you will be asked in the interview about the all except and all selected. So what is the difference between all except and all selected? Let us discuss what is all. First of all, let us discuss what is all. So before we directly jump into the concept all, let us see what we have it in here. Let us see one example. Okay. So what is the example? So I would like to take one example, that is so we have joined together and we would like to go for a party and we want to contribute some amount. Okay. So let us take some of our names. So how much we are going to contribute, or let me take some normal names. Okay. John. So John contributed. So the party amount would be like 5,000 rupees. Okay. 5,000 or $5,000. Okay. John contributed $1,500 and another one, Clark, contributed $1,000. And one more candidate, Meena, contributed $800. And another candidate, Reena, contributed $500. And another candidate, how much? It is 2,500, 3,000 and 3,800. Another one is 1,200. Okay. So let me go for another candidate. For example, let me take Irshad. Irshad contributed. So let me make some changes here. Let me go with 1,200. Okay. 1,000. And here I'll go for 800. And here I'll go for how much? 2,000, 3,500 and 4,500. And here I'll go for taking 500. So let me calculate how much it is. Okay. 1,500 plus 1200 less 1000 less 800 less 500. Yes, it is 5,000 rupees. So at the end of the party, so we are trying to calculate how much everyone is contributed. What is the contribution percentage? Okay, this is name, this is the amount, and how much do we need to contribute? Okay, how do we get to know that that we need to contribute? Okay, so every row I'm going to write 5,000 rupees. Okay, $5,000. Every row I'm going to write $5,000 so that we get to know what is the contribution of percentage that we are going to get it. And here also I'll go for $5,000. Okay, so what is the contribution? So I can write now. Let me write contribution. So here I'll go for 5,000 divided by. Okay, so 5,000 divided by 1,500. It is 33%. Okay, it is 33%. Okay, when we convert that to 3.33 divided by 100, okay, multiply by 100, so we will get the percentage. And again, same thing, 5,000 divided by 1,200. So it is 41%. Why 41%? Okay, what I did, 5,000 divided by 1,500, 33%. Then why are we getting, okay, let me do one thing. 1,500 divided
Hello?
by,
Sir,
yeah,
it's 30% only, sir.
it's 30%, yeah. So it is,
5 3s are 15 now.
yeah, it is 30%. Okay. Now here it is 1,200 divided by 5,000. Okay. It is 24%. Okay. It is 24%. And the next one is 1,000 divided by 100. 1,000 divided by 5,000. So it is 20%. Okay. It is 20%. Let me also go for 800 divided by 5,000. So it is 16%. Okay. 20%. And here it is 16%. And the last one is 500 divided by 5,000. Okay, it is 10%. Okay, 10%. So we got to know out of all these candidates, those are going for the party. So John contributed the higher contribution. Okay, comparing with all other candidates, John is the first person who contributed most of the amount. Next, Clark, it is 1,200, 24%. Okay, next it is Meena, next it is Reena, next it is Irsha. Okay, so this is the contribution. Okay, general contribution. But when we go for, okay, when we go for coming into the real world, okay, so we need to calculate the sales contribution. Okay, we need to calculate the sales contribution, revenue contribution by region, by country, by any product. Okay, so what is the product? So we need to use the function called as all function. So how can we achieve that? So it can be achievable by using the function called as all. Okay, the first function is all function. What is all function? All function, you just remember like it is used to remove the filters that is applied on the visual. Okay, what is all function? You blindly remember that whenever you get this question, what you say, it is remove the filter. You can simply say all function is used to remove the filter. Okay, so where do you use in your organization? So we have used in a concept for revenue contribution by region, by country. So we implemented all function. Okay, so what it takes? What is the parameter or what is the syntax that it takes? It takes table name or column name. Okay, table name or column name. So that is all function. Let us see the syntax over here. Okay, let us see the syntax over here. So what is all function? Remove filter from the table or column. So calculate. So we use it with calculate, and we can use it. In the filter condition, we can use all function. Let us see in the theory part. Let us see in the practical. Territory table would have the territory, the region, country, group. Okay, sales table. So coming to the sales table, we have the information about the sales table. Okay. So go to model view and check whether we have the relation between the tables or not. What is that table? So it is sales table and territory table and product table. Yes, we have the relation between. Automatically, it is another way, another good feature of Power BI is automatically it detects the data type. So let me expand the sales. Let me expand the sales. And what do we need to do here? We need to make the total sales. Okay, we need to get the total sales amount. Okay, expand the sales. Where is total sales amount? So here we have the total sales amount as text. Let me make it into whole number and click on yes. So it is asking whether do we need to make changes or not. Right click, new measure, and write total sales. Okay, total sales equal to sum of total sales amount from the sales table and click on enter. So it is asking that we already have the name total sales. So what do? I'll write total sales new and click on enter. Okay, total sales new. Let me take the table visual and add region. So let me add the region from the region table, from the territory table, and add the total sales. Okay, and for the total sales, make it dollar. So we get it in the currency. Go to and increase the font size, make it 15. Yes, we increase the font size. Okay, font size is being increased. Let me increase a little bit. Okay, so now what do we need to do? We need to implement the all function. Right click, new measure. Now let us write all function. All sales equal to calculate, open the bracket, open the square bracket, and write total sales new, comma, in the filter condition, write all. Okay, so what it is taking? Returns all the rows in the table or all the values in the column, ignoring, you remember this, ignoring any filters that might have been applied. Okay, so here it is taking parameter like table name or column name. So let me directly write the table name territory. Okay, let me directly write the column name, table name territory, and close the bracket. Click on enter. Okay, so what happens from the territory table? Okay, from the territory table, we cannot filter any data. Let me add the all sales column into this table. Okay, you see what you are able to see. We are able to see that 3-1, the total is getting repeated for all the rows. Okay, the total is getting repeated for all the rows. But what is the use of it? Okay, what is the use of it? Yes, we have the use that the contribution of region Australia out of total 316,51274, it is 97,000 or 9,77,000, some value. Okay, some value we have got the contribution. Okay, so what we can do, we can also create one more visual. Okay, one more measure. But before creating one more measure, let me add a slicer. Okay, what is a slicer? Slicer is used to filter the visual. Okay, we will discuss at the time of data visualization part. Now let me add the region. Let me click on Australia. Okay, Australia is getting filtered for the total sales, but all sales, it is not getting filtered. Okay, you understand the concept. You understand the concept. All, it ignores the filter that is applied on the visual. Remember, all represents that it removes filter. Where it removes filter, it ignores filter on the visual only. Okay, when we work on the data visualization and we do not want this filter to get applied on the visual, so what do? We implement the all function. Okay, all function is used to ignore the filter. Okay, so let me take another. Okay, we have region and we also have the country. Okay, let me also take the country slicer. Okay, let me make it into slicer and let me go for Germany. Okay, you see, even the country is also not getting filtered. Okay, even the country. Okay, so what did we take in the all? Okay, so all filter, all it ignores filter that is applied on the visual. On the visual, all parameter, all takes table name or column name. So this is all function. So this is all function. It ignores the filter. So it is simply like remove filter. Remove filter. Okay, this is all function. The next function is all except. Okay, the next function is all except. What is all except? So let us go through all except. Okay, so what is the definition of all except? Removes all filter. Okay, removes all filters except the specified column. Okay, all except, it is saying all. Yes, I will filter all. Okay, I will filter all except. Okay, what is the definition? It only filters. You see in the screenshot, it only filters region. Okay, whatever the column that we give in the all except, that column filters the visual. It ignores other columns for filtering the visual. Okay, you will understand with the example. Okay, you will understand with the example. So let me go here and let me add the same thing. Okay, so let me go here, let me take a table visual, or let me copy this. Okay, so that we will have the same font, the same everything. Okay, so let me take off all and right click, new measure. Okay, so all except sales equal to calculate total sales new, comma, what is the function? All except. Okay, even if I click on this, you will not be able to understand what is the definition that we have it over here. Okay, all returns all the rows in the table. Okay, returns all the rows in the table. You understand? Returns all the rows in the table except for those rows that are affected by the specified column filter. So you will understand when we go with it. Okay, territory. Let me enter the territory, comma. Okay, what is the syntax it is taking? It is syntax. It takes the table, comma, columns. Okay, it takes table, comma, columns. Let me go for taking the region. Okay, let me go for taking the region. Okay, what happens here? What happens here? It filters. Okay, it filters. Okay, or what? External slicer. Okay, external slicer can filter the visual. Okay, ignores other columns to filter the data. Or visual. So all except all selected mainly used on the visual. Okay, all except. Let me add all except over here. Okay, so the end of the what happened? Okay, let me take this off. Okay, nothing. Just okay. Yes, now we got it, I think. Yeah. Table. Okay, when I'm trying to click on Australia, yes, the Australia is getting filtered. Okay, for every each and every row, the Australia is getting filtered. Canada, yes, it is getting filtered. France, it is getting filtered. Germany, it is getting filtered. But when I go for accessories, okay, you see, this is not getting filtered, all except, because we gave region in the column in the all except function. That region only filters the visual. Okay, other than region, other columns, the visual will ignore the filters. Okay, for example, what I do here in the all except, okay, I will take in place of region, I will take category. I will take category and click on enter. I will take the category and click on enter. Okay, let me take this off. Okay, you see, so all except sales, we have the category. Let me click on accessories. Yes, for accessories, it is getting filtered. Bikes, yes, it is getting filtered. Clothing, yes, it is getting filtered. Okay, when I click on Australia, no, it is not getting filtered. Canada, no, it is not getting filtered. Germany, it is not getting filtered. What is the definition of all except? Okay, you remember, you should explain the same thing in the interview stating that all except whatever the column that we give in all except, that column can only filter the visual. Other than that column, it ignores the filter. Okay, that is all except. Now let us discuss about all selected function. So what is all selected function? All selected keep user applied filters but ignores context filters. Keeps user applied filters but ignores context filter. Let us see practical. So right click and click on new measure, create the new measure by using the function called as all selected. All selected sales equal to calculate total sales new comma all selected. So the function all selected. So here it takes table name or column name. So let us go taking the region from the territory. Region, close the bracket and click on enter. Okay. So before we add all selected in this visual, let us add all sales. What does it do? So in all sales, when I select the region, okay, the totals are not getting changed. So whatever the totals that we are selecting, the totals are not getting, it is not getting changed. The totals are not getting changed. When I click on Canada, the totals are not getting changed. When I click on Central, the totals are not getting changed. When I'm clicking on France, the totals are not changing. All sales. What is all sales? It ignores filters. It ignores filters that is applied on the visual. Now let me add all selected sales. All selected sales, make it into dollar. And let us also find what is the difference between all and all selected. So in all selected, we gave the territory region as the column. So here it is a user friendly function, user friendly filter. So what is user friendly filter? For example, when I click on, for example, in the slicer, when I try to filter Australia, yes, it is getting filtered. Okay, yes, it is getting filtered. When I'm filtering the Canada, now you see, now what we are able to see, now we are able to see the totals. Okay, now we are able to see the total of the subtotal. It is mainly working on the subtotal. Okay, it is mainly working on the subtotal. When I click on single, so it is filtering it out. When I'm clicking on more than one region, so it is giving us the total. Okay, 18811899806. Okay, now what we can do, we can find the percentage. First, let us find the percentage of all sales. Then let us go through the percentage of all selected. So right click, new measure. Let us find the percentage, all sales percentage. All sales percentage equal to, so what we can do, we use a function called as divide, which takes numerator comma denominator comma alternate result. We use divide function because when it is getting divided, the numerator, when it is getting divided by the denominator 0, okay, we get infinity. So in order to overcome such scenarios, we use divide function. So you see, save divide function with ability to handle divide by 0 case. So in the numerator, let us go for taking total sales new, comma. In the denominator, let us take all sales, comma, alternate value 0. Click on enter. Okay, so we added all sales percentage. Let me take all sales percentage into this visual. All sales percentage, and let me make it into all sales percentage into the percentage. So it is 30.89 percentage plus 6.71 percentage. It is 37.60 percentage. So it is working on the grand total. All sales is working on the grand total. 97,000. Okay, 9 lakh some 977,000 divided by 316, we are getting this value. Okay, all it is working on the percentage grand total. We can find grand total percentage. Grand total percentage. Let us see the same thing. Let us see the same thing with all selected. New measure, paste it over here, write all selected. All selected sales percentage. In place of all sales, let me write all selected and click on enter. So click on enter. Let us see how does it work. Let me add all selected sales. All selected sales and make it into percentage. Now you see it is working on the subtotal grand, okay, not grand total percentage. It is subtotal percentage. Okay, it is working on subtotal percentage. What is subtotal percentage? If you see, so what is total sales here? It is getting divided by, okay, 977, it is getting divided by 188 1118 99806, and 2124 it is getting divided by $1.8 million. Okay, $1.8 million. So this is what we are getting, subtotal percentage. If I select one more, France. So what we have got, when we have selected France, we have got, again it is got divided. Okay, so it got 28 is again divided by 145, $1.47 million. Now we got 19 point. So it is getting divided. Okay, these are getting divided by each and every individual total sales. So this is the difference between all selected and all function. In all function, it is straightforward. It ignores whatever the filter that we select. It ignores the table or the column. So it mainly works on the grand total percentage. Whereas coming to all selected works on the multiple filters. When I'm clicking on central, yes, it is working on the central. But all sales, it is the same. The values are same. When I click on Germany, yes, it has got changed. 178,76506. And again, we get 100% based on only selection. Okay, based on the filter that we select, based on the user is going to select, based on the user or the client is going to select. So what is the contribution of these 5 countries? These 5 countries, only particular, the sales are only particular to that 5 countries or 5 regions. So that is all selected sales. Okay, so related function. The related function is used to get the column from some other table. Okay, what is related function? Related function is used to get the column from some other table. For example, let us see the example, then we can go through the function. Okay, then we can go through more examples. Okay, so let me right click and click on new column. Related is a calculated column. Why calculated column? Because we can get the column from some other table. Okay, so let me write region from territory. So what we are trying to do, so let us extract the region column from territory table. Okay, so here what do I do? I'll write related. Okay, so what it is taking? It is taking the parameter column name. Okay, returns a related value from another table. Okay, let me write region. From the territory table, I am extracting the region column into the sales table. Okay, from territory table, I am trying to get the column region into sales table. Okay, so we got the column from the sales table. Let me go to the table view and you see, so we have got the region from territory table, that is Australia. Okay, but okay, we got the table, we got the column region from the territory table. But what is the tricky thing? Okay, you can simply say that, okay, region, when you get the function region related in the interview, you say that, okay, region related is used to get the column from some other table. But what is the procedure, or what is the logic behind it is the table should have the relation. Okay, the table should have the relation. Okay, what is the relation? It is many to one relation between the fact and dimension table. Okay, it is many to one relation between the fact and dimension table. Okay, it should have the many to one relation. So what is the column that we have made the relation between? So we made the relation between, that is sales territory key. Okay, sales territory key from the sales table, and sales territory key from the territory table. Okay, from the territory table. For example, if I do not make the relation between, okay, if I make this relationship deactive, okay, so what kind of error are we going to get? Okay, what kind of error are we going to get? Okay, if I click on this, okay, we completely got the errors. Okay, we completely got the error. But what is the error? Okay, the column territory region either does not exist or does not have relationship to any table available in the current context. Okay, you see, current context. Okay, so related function goes row by row. Current context means row by row. Okay, in the visual or in the table. Okay, so wherever we have many to one relationship, so we can pull the column from some other sheet or some other table. It is exactly same like VLOOKUP in the Excel. Okay, what do we do in the Excel? We write VLOOKUP, and by the lookup value, we can get the column or the data from some other sheet or some other table. So here also, by using the related function, we can get it. But what is the logic that should we have? So that it should have the many to one relation between the tables. Okay, you see, now let me go to table view and let us check. Yes, we got the Australia. Okay, so now what do I do? Right click and click on new column. Let us get the category from the product table. Okay, category from product table equal to related, okay, category. Now you see related category, and close the bracket, click on enter. For example, if we do not have the relation between these two tables, okay, so what do I do now? I will make this relation deactive. Okay, let me implement the calculated column and related function. Okay, so here what do I do? Category from product table equal to related. Okay, you see, I'm not able to get the suggestions of category. So let me type category. No, I'm not able to get any suggestions. I'm only able to get the suggestions of the territory table only. I'm not able to get the suggestions or the column or table from the product table. You see, I'm not even close. So what do? I'll go to model view. Okay, let it save. We can make changes again. Now let me click on this, make it active, and go to table view and click on product. Now let me type. Now you see, we are getting the suggestions of product table. Whatever the columns existing in the product, we are able to get the columns, all the columns of the product table. Scroll down, click on enter, close the bracket and click on execute, or click on enter to execute. Now you see, we are able to get the data from the product table. Now you see, accessories, bikes and clothings. Wherever there is a sales ID matching, primary key, foreign key matching, so we will get the data of that particular primary key and foreign key. So this is related function. So what is related table function? Okay, what is related table function? So let us check that. Okay, so let's see here. So bring a single value from related table. Okay, related table, that is one side of relation, that is many to one relation, works only in a row context. Okay, we get the data row by row, not the measure, calculated columns or row level measures. Related, okay, column name, related, we can write it. Okay, think of related as Excel VLOOKUP. And the next one is related table. Okay, the next one is related table. Returns a table of rows from the related table. Okay, returns the from the table. Okay, used inside aggregation like count rows or SUMX. Okay, syntax related table, table name. Example, calculate. Okay, we can use it. Calculate sum of sales. Okay, related table sales. Okay, so what is the use case? Count or aggregate child rows. Okay, think of related table as reverse lookup to fetch all the child. Okay, to fetch all the child. Let us implement this. Calculate sum of sales. Okay, sales amount, and we can write sum of sales amount. Okay, so what we can do here, what is the logic that we can work? Okay, what is the logic that we can work? Let me go to the table. Okay, so here it is reverse of related function. Okay, I can expand the territory table, right click, new measure. I can create a new measure by using the related table function. Okay, so sales, I can write sales equal to related table. Okay, what it is taking? Related table. I can write sum of, oh sorry, I can write, let me go for taking the sales. Okay, close the bracket. Okay, I can do one thing like, okay, I can write the calculate. Okay, or let me paste it. Okay, calculate sales of amount. So in place of amount, I can write, okay, I can write the unit price, or I can go for total sales amount. Okay, and related table sales. So we can find out the sum of sales of the region. Okay, we can find the sum of sales by the region. Okay, let me go to report view and add the table. Okay, region sales. Okay, we will get the data by the sales. Okay, what here it is reverse of the related function. So in the related table, what we are trying to do, we can get that the sales, we can pull the sales from the sales table into the region table by using the related table function. Okay, by using the related table function. Okay, so this is a related table function. Or let us also try with one more example. Okay, let us also try with one more example. So what is the one more example? So let me go to product table. Okay, let me go to product table, right click, new measure. So here let us write the, let us understand how many rows that we have it in the sales. Okay, sales count. Okay, sales order count. I can go for sales order count. How many orders that we have received till now? So we can use the count row function, count rows function. From the sales table I can take. Okay, from the sales table, count rows. From the sales table I can count the rows. Count the rows. I can write a related table and close the bracket, because related table takes the table as the parameter. Okay, table as the parameter. Now what I can do, let me erase this. Let me erase this. And now let me take this off region. And from the product, I can add the category and I can write sales order. Okay, by the sales. Okay, if I go here, how do we get to know? Go to table, click on the sales and see how many number of records that is existing in the sales table. Okay, on the bottom you see sales table. Okay, 58,189 rows. So there are 58,189 rows. So by each customer key, or we can also go for sales order number. Okay, we can also go for sales order number. If I click on the sales order number, you see 26,683 are the distinct values, but we are getting the number of rows. Okay, number of sales order. So, or I can also go for writing the sales order. Okay, sales order count. So we can also go for writing the sales, the column name also, but we can use some other function. Okay, so this is, so what does it give? What does it give? for each product row, we get for each product row, okay, this will return number of sales transaction from sales table. Okay, this will return, okay, this will return number of sales transaction from the sales table. Okay, but what we are using count rows. Okay, group the data into summary tables. And what is the syntax or what is the parameter does it take? Summarize function takes the table parameter, group by column name of the column that we want to give, and what is the expression. Okay, so what is the group by? Dimension data and the name of the column, name of the expression. Okay, so if we are doing the sum of tax amount, we need to give the name as tax amount. Okay, that is summarize function. Let me click on here. Okay, so now we got the data. Okay, now we got the data. So what do? I will write summarize. Okay, summarize. Now I can go for taking the sales table. Yes, we got the sales table, comma. What is the group by column? Okay, what is the group by column that we want to go for it? Let me go for the same thing. What? Region. Okay, region from territory. Yes, comma. Click shift enter for the next line. And the next I can go for, okay, I can give the name of the column, name of the expression. Okay, tax amount, tax amount. Tax amount, comma. What is the expression? Sum of tax amount. So I can go for sum of tax amount. Close the bracket. Click on enter. So what it is saying, the function sum cannot work with the value of type string. Let me type value. So let me take value and click on it. Is it working? No, it is not working. So let me change that tax amount into, where is the tax amount, into the number data type. Okay, decimal point. Yes. Okay, and click on, where is that sales table? Okay, no, not this one. Where is that table? Region wise sales. Yes. Now you see region from territory and the tax amount. So we got the territory. So if you want to add another, okay, another column to summarize the data. So how can I add? So I can directly add product category and comma. Click on enter. Okay, click on enter. Yes, we got the summarization of the table by the category also. Okay, I can also add one more, okay, subcategory, and give the comma and click on enter. Yes, I can also add the subcategory, summarization of the subcategory data. Okay, so here what do? So let me make the sales amount into the number, into the whole decimal number. Okay, into the decimal number, so that I can also pull that column into the summarization of the data. Okay, so here what do? I will take this off after comma, okay, shift enter. So I'll write sales amount, close the bracket, and now I can go for sum of total sales amount. Click on enter. Okay, total sales amount, what we made, where is the total sales amount? So let me make the total sales amount as the integer, whole number. Okay. So now let us go there. Where is that region wise sales? Yes, now you see we are also able to see the sales amount in the summarization of the data. Okay. So what is summarize function? Summarize function takes, okay, summarize function takes table comma group by column, okay, 1 2 3 as many as, okay, and also name of the expression, okay, of the expression, whatever the column that we give, and expression, okay. Expression takes the numeric data, okay, works on numeric data type. So this is summarize function. And we also have one more function called as summarize column, okay. Next function called as summarize column. Similar, okay, similar, but optimized for measure. Summarize column takes group by column name, comma, expression. Okay, let us implement summarize column and let's see what is the difference between summarize and summarize column function. Okay, click on new table. Click on new table. So let me directly write summarize column equal to direct to straightforward summarize columns function. Okay, create a summary table for the requested totals over the set of groups. Okay, over the set of groups. Group by column, it is directly taking the parameter group by column name 1. Okay, so what I can do here, I will go for category from the product table, comma, shift enter. Next, so what I can take, I will go for region. Okay, territory region, comma, okay, shift enter, double quotes, tax amount, okay, comma, sum of tax amount, sum of tax amount, close the bracket, comma, shift enter, sales amount, okay, sales amount, sum of, okay, total sales amount, close the bracket, click on enter, close the bracket, click on enter. We got the data by category and region. So directly, indirectly, we have grouped the data by category and region. Group by of, simple, group by of category, comma, region. Okay, what is the difference between summarize column is, so the parameter summarize takes the parameter table, okay, but summarize column takes directly straightforwardly group by column name, okay, group by column, comma, expression. Okay, summarize column is the latest function that we received from the Microsoft. So let us go to selected columns. So what is selected columns? So selected columns, for example, we have huge amount of many columns available in the data, but we do not want all the columns that for analysis. So we only want to select a few columns. If you want to see the higher level data, so we can go for select columns. The name itself says that select the columns and also the expression. So what is the definition? Returns a new table. So select column is a calculated table with selected columns or calculated expression. So what is the syntax? Select columns. So it takes table, comma, name, comma, expression. Name 2, comma, expression 2. So what we can do here? So we can select the column numbers, column names, and also the expression that we want to take. Okay. So let us see in the example. Okay. Let us see in the practical. So what we can do? So we can directly go to modeling and click on new table. So what we can do? We can directly implement the function select columns. So let me name this as select columns. Select columns equal to shift enter for the next line. So let me directly write select columns, enter. So what are the parameters it is taking? It is taking table, comma, okay, name 1, comma, expression 1, name 2, comma, expression 2. Returns a table with selected columns from the table and new columns specified by the DAX expression. So let us get only few columns from the sales table. Okay, let us get only the data from sales table. So where do we have sales? Let me type sales. Yes, we have the sales, comma. So name of the table. Okay, what is the name of the table? Or we can also go for taking the product. Okay, we can also go for taking the product. Okay, shift enter for the next line. Okay, name. So I can write product name. Okay, product space name. Close the double quotes, because we need, if we enter the any text data type, we need to give the quotes. Okay, when we deal with the text data type or date data type, we need to give it in the quotes. Okay, and let us go for writing product name. Okay, I can write product name. Where is the product name? Yeah, here it is the product name, comma, shift enter. Next one. So I can go for taking the category. Okay, category, close the double quotes, and I can write category. Okay, and comma, shift enter. So here I can go for writing the sales. So I can also get the sales from the sales table. Okay, total sales. Okay, I can directly get the total sales and close the bracket, click on enter. Okay, close the bracket and click on enter. And now let's see what kind of output that we have got. Okay, now you see selected columns, select columns. Okay, we got the product name, category, and the sales. Sales associated with that component and the product. Okay, sales associated. But we are getting the complete. So let me write the sales. Okay, sales. Let us take the sales from the sales. Okay, let me get the from the sales. Where is that? Total sales new. Okay, and close the bracket. Let's see what we are going to get. Okay, we haven't got anything for the components. Okay, so let us come down. Wherever we have the data, we can easily get it. Now you see, so we got the data. Here we got the data for clothing and AWC logo. So this is not the summarized data. Okay, summarize columns and summarize function and summarize column functions are different. So in the summarize and summarize column, what we get, we can get the summarization or group by of the data. But in the select columns, if we have 50 or hundreds of columns, but we want to analyze only the data based on the higher level data, so we can go for select columns. Okay, so that is what, and also we can include any conditions, and we can go for writing the, we can create a calculated table. So this is select columns. And the next function is selected value. Okay, the next function is selected value. So what is the selected value? Okay, let us go through selected value function. Okay, what is the definition of selected value function? Returns the value of a column. Okay, returns a value of the column if only one value is selected. Otherwise, returns a blank or alternate value. Okay, mainly we use it when we deal with the filters. Okay, if we want to know what kind of a filter is applied on the visual, so we use selected value. And what is the syntax of selected value? It takes the column, comma, alternate value or alternate result. Okay, alternate result or alternate value. So let us go and implement the selected value function. Okay, so in the sales, so let me go here. So how it works? So let me take the region. Okay, let me take the region and also total sales. Okay, region and total sales. So let me take a table visual, click on the region. Okay, and sales. From the sales table, let me take total sales new. Okay, total sales new. Yes, we got the data. Let me increase the font size. Okay, let me increase the font size. Okay, we got the data. So what do I do now? So let us create selected, right click, new measure. So it is a measure. Okay, selected value is a measure. Okay, so write selected values or value equal to selected value. Okay, so what do we have? We have column name, comma, alternate result. Returns the value when there is only one value in the specified column. Otherwise, returns the alternate value. So here what do I do? So let me write region, table comma region, comma. Okay. If I select anything from the region, I will get that region name. Else, I can go for multi-region selected. Multi-region selected. Close the quotes and click on enter. So how do we see the result? We can see the result by taking the slicer. We can add the region in the slicer, and also we can take a card visual and add the measure into that card visual. Okay, so what do we do? Go to add data, click on the slicer, add the region in the slicer. Okay, we added region in the slicer. Now you see if I'm clicking on Australia, yes, we are able to see the Australia. But when we want to see what is this filter that we applied, what do we need to do? We can take a card visual and we can add select. Okay, we can add select. So let me click on Australia. Okay, let me click on Australia. So why Australia is not selected? Oh, sorry, it's not table region. It is the region from the territory. Let me click on enter. Now we will see Australia as the selected value. Okay, it is loading. Let it load. Now you see we have got Australia. Okay, when I click on Canada, okay, now we are able to see the Canada. Okay, when I click on central, yes, we are able to see the central selected value or selected filter as central. Okay, selected filter as central. So let me make this slicer setting as multi-select. Okay, multi-select. So we will discuss at the time of data visualization. For example, if I click on Australia, I am selecting more than one region, but now I see multi-region selected. Okay, multi-region selected. But I do not want like that. Okay, I do not want like that. What do I need to do? Whenever I click, even though I click multiple values, multiple regions, multiple filters I select, I should see the multiple results, multiple regions in the result. So how can we do that? Okay, so it can be done by using function called as concatenate. Okay, right click on the new measure. Okay, let us see how it works. Let us see how it works. Okay, so let me write selected region. Selected region equal to shift enter, concatenate. Okay, so what is the concatenate x? The function when you deal with the x represents expression. Okay, when you see the x with the combination of function, okay, then that means it takes two parameters, that is table comma expression. Okay, here what we can do, we can take region. Okay, we can go for, in place of table, what we can do, we can go for values. Okay, so values, what does the values take? Values function. Okay, values function takes, it gives the result as distinct values from the column. Okay, distinct values from the column or unique values from the table or from the column. So what do I do? Here I'll go for writing the region. Okay, not the table comma region, it is from the territory. Region from the territory, comma. So what I can do here, okay, I can close the bracket of values, comma. In the expression, I can mention the region from the territory. Okay, comma. Okay, here what I can do, I can give the double quotes. Okay, in the delimiter, you see delimiter, I can give the comma. Okay, what does it do? What does it do? What is the usage of this function? When we select multiple regions or multiple filters, Australia, comma, central. Okay, it is getting splitted. This region will be splitted. Okay, this expression will be splitted by the comma delimiter. And click on enter. Okay, and click on enter. So let it load and let us take a card visual and let's see what we are going to get. Okay, so let me take a card visual and take the selected region. Now you see, now it is getting splitted by the delimiter, comma. If I click on France, yes, Central France, Australia. If I click on Germany, yes, we are able to see what we are able to see. We are able to see the multiple regions that we have selected. So this can be done by using the function called as selected value. Okay, selected value. Now let us see another function. Okay, now let us see another function called as values. Okay, let us see the another function called as values. What is the definition of value? As we already discussed, values is the function which is used to get the unique values from the column. Okay, returns a one column table. Okay, returns one column table containing unique values of the column in the current context filter. Okay, what does it take? It takes only single parameter, that is column name. Okay, let us see that example. Let us see that example from the table. Okay, let me go to product. For example, let me go to product. If you see in the category or in the subcategory, okay, on the bottom you see 37 distinct values. Okay, on the bottom you see 37 distinct values. Okay, 37 distinct values. I want to extract 37 distinct values from this column, from this table. Okay, subcategories, from this subcategories. How can we extract? There are two ways to extract, two functions. Okay, so let us go through first function, that is value. Okay, click on the new table. Where is that? Click on the table tools and click on new table. Okay, click on new table. Okay, what we can do here, so let it load. Yes, we got the, so let me click on category value. Okay, let me type subcategory. Okay, values, subcategory equal to, okay, I can write the function values. Okay, here I can go for subcategory and close the bracket. So what we get that column in here. It doesn't repeat, only distinct values. Okay, you see, only distinct values. So if I click on this, you see 37 rows. Okay, what you are able to see? 37 rows. 37 distinct values. You see, 37 distinct values. But previously, what you were able to see? Previously, if I click on product, what you were able to see in the subcategory? Okay, so you were able to see 606 rows. Okay, again 37 distinct values. Okay, now what we are able to see in the values that we created, now we are able to see 37 rows. Okay, if I click on this, 37 rows and 37 distinct values. Okay, no duplicates, no repeated categories, no repeated subcategories. This is one way of getting the unique data from the table. Another way is right click, new table. Okay, let me go to table tools and click on new table. So we also have one more function called as distinct. Okay, distinct subcategory equal to distinct. Okay, so what it is saying, column name or table expression returns one column table that contains distinct unique values in the column for a column argument, or multiple columns with a distinct unique combination of values for a table expression. So here let me write subcategory, same. Okay, subcategory and close the bracket, click on enter. Okay, this is, you see, same 37 rows and distinct 37 values. Okay, this is the distinct function. Okay, and what is the next function? The next function is TOPN. Okay, the next function is TOPN. So if you want to go for, okay, in the SQL, if you want to find out the top 3 sales or top 5 sales, what we do? We write the function. Okay, we write select statement. So how do we write? We can easily write, okay, we can easily write select top 3, okay, top 5 from table and order by. So what do? We write order by anything, whatever the column that we want to do, we can go for order by column 1, column 2, column 3. Okay, and here what we can do, ascending order, descending order. We can mention ascending order or descending order. Okay, what is ascending order, descending order? Ascending means smaller to bigger, descending means bigger to smaller. So here what happens? We get the top 5 rows. Okay, we get top 5 rows from the table, the highest sales or lowest sales, highest rank or lowest rank, based on the order by column, ascending or descending order. Okay, But how do we get it in Power BI? So we can get it in Power BI by using the TOPN function. Okay, what is TOPN function? Returns top n rows. Okay, returns top n rows of the table based on the expression. What does it take? N value. Okay, n value and the table order by expression. So how do we want to order it? Whether do we want to order it ascending order or descending order? Okay, ascending order or descending order. So let us see that. Okay, let us see that. So let me erase this. Okay, let me go here and let me type, go to table tools. It is also new table. Okay, it is also calculated table. Okay, so let it load and now let us write the top function. Okay, top n or top 5 products. Okay, top 5 products. So I would like to see top 5 products. So let us write top n. Okay, so what we have got, n underscore value comma table comma order by expression comma order 1. Okay, returns a given number of top rows according to the specified expression. Okay, I would like to, in the n underscore value, how many records that we want to get? I would like to get top 5 rows. Shift enter. What is the table name? Okay, what is the table name? I can go for write the table sales. Okay, comma order by expression product name. Okay, product name. Okay, so we can also write it in another way. Okay, we can also write it in another way. Summarize. Okay, in the place of table we can go for summarize sales comma. Okay, group by column. What is the group by column? Product name. Okay, product name comma. Okay, shift enter. Okay, we can go for writing total sales comma. So okay, sum of total sales amount. Okay, sales amount, total sales amount. Okay, close the bracket. Okay, close the bracket, come down, close one more bracket. We have closed the bracket of summarize, come down. So here you can write order by expression. How do you want to order the expression, not the dimension data? We need to enter the expression. What is the expression? The same thing that we have taken, total sales. Okay, total sales comma. So here now you see in the order we got 0, 1, ascending order, descending order, false, true. Let us test. If I click on 0, let us see whether we get the order by smaller or smaller to bigger or bigger to smaller. Let us check that. Let's see how do we get the data. Okay, we got the data by the ascending to descending order. Okay, let me give. You see, ascending to descending order. You observe the data. Okay, ascending to descending order. Because we gave 0. Okay, 0 represents ascending to descending order. Let me click on 1 and click on enter. Okay, now you see we got the data of ascending. I mean, we got the lower. Okay, not the top, lower. Okay, not the top, lower 5 products. Okay, let me go for taking ascending order. Let's see whether we get the same result or not. Yes, we got the same result. 1 means same result. Okay, 0. Okay, 0 means it is like descending order. Okay, 1 means ascending order. Okay, now let us go for taking. I will not directly take the descending order right now. Let me click on false and let's check whether we get the lower to higher or higher to lower. What is false? Yes, false is also the same thing. Okay, it is false. Okay, either 0, descending, false represents higher. Okay, represents higher values, top 5 values or whatever the values that we give it in the, whatever the number of products that we want to give it in the top n. 1, okay, ASC or true. Okay, it is represents lower values. Okay, so for our understanding, let us go through descending order. Okay, for our understanding, let us go through descending order and click on enter. Okay, we got the top. Okay, we got the top products. Okay, we got the top 5 products. Okay, we got the top 5 products.